Oh, I just... I just realized it didn't actually open up anything. Oops. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nono's ghost. I'm here lurking. Hi guys, I'm invisible today. It's nice to see you. What's up? Yes, mystery. Oh, here I am. Oh my god, it's me. Sometimes I can still hear her voice. It's me. Hi guys. Welcome to my Twitch channel and also my YouTube channel, because today we're streaming on YouTube as well. Pia Nono? Yeah. For a second at least. No hat. Maybe no cape too? Yay! Okay. We're making progress. We're making good progress. And now we need V-Bridger? I was so focused. I was so like trying to make sure everything was running properly for the other streams. Oh, select YouTube stream. Wait a second. I don't know if this is... I think it should be okay, right? Right? I don't actually know how... I didn't know the stream avatars could connect to two at once, but I guess it can. Wow. Anyways, hello guys! Welcome in today! Today we're reading Warrior Cats, and I'm also experimenting with streaming on YouTube and... yeah, streaming on YouTube at the same time. But I have vertical and normal. So it's pretty advanced stuff. I also got a new chat, as you can see, because my other chat didn't have, like... I wanted to be able to have a chat that integrated all the chats. Oh, and also, if you can see on the screen, the chat box for... I made it so this chat box specifically for Warrior Cat Wednesday will translate your words into cat words, as you can see. Yeah, no. Sometimes I can still woo you with your voice. Freedom. 3 times fed the detail. So that's what we're at. That's what we're doing today. It's the special Warrior Cat Wednesday chat box feature. I actually don't know if it'll link to vertical chat boxes, but we'll see. Oh my god, it's you, Pride. Wait, it's not linking to it. Look, Mom, posted on 2 websites. Hi, Mari. 3 times the detail. 2 YouTube streams. Okay, well, why aren't you connecting properly, you stinky little fellow? Let's see. Stream apps. Is it because I'm not logged in? YouTube! I'm not! Gosh darn it. Hold on 1 second. Why didn't I... Alright, someone say something in my YouTube chat. YouTube chatters, please. I guess I could always do it, but where's the fun in that? Oh. Ooh. No, that's not it. Oh, said hi. He said hi, but it didn't load. Gosh darn it. Ah! Kelso! Ah! There, it worked! Oh my god, it's in. We're in! We're in! Yes! But it's not the... It's only connecting to my actual one, but not my... Not the vertical stream, which is pretty stanky. Pretty starky. I don't know how to fix that exactly. Can I do... Oh, wait. Title. Ready? I guess we'll never know. Oops. Oh, I should turn off the go fit. The redeem thing. Thanky. Yeah, so it does seem like I can only see it from my main, or at least one chat box. I'll try and figure out how to fix that later. Wow. All right. I think we're okay for now. I'll just keep my... No, I said LOL. It's wow. No, I young being sensual. Help, help. Wow. Help, help. This cannot be happening. I can't handle this. It even added a little face to it. That's so funny. Alright, I need to... I guess maybe I can figure out how to have it... I don't think I'll figure it out. YouTube. Maybe it's just because I must have... I think it's because I started streaming before it connected properly. So maybe that's why. Twitch broadcaster. It's only partially connected? Oh. Oh well. I'm gonna move this. I have a new chat too. The special multi-chat chat. I'm gonna stick this in here. Alright, we're good. We're good. But yes, welcome in everybody! Thank you for joining me today on my testing stream of being on YouTube as well as on Twitch at the same time. We are going to... Hi, Koi! We are going to... Yeah! Oh no, it... catifies the emotes, so it no longer shows the emote because it catifies. That's so funny. Hello, welcome in. Today we're reading Warrior Cats. Thunder Rising. We didn't get to read last week because I had like a Mother's Day kind of get together to go to. So we're gonna be doing that today. And hopefully finish the book. There's actually a lot of pages left, but I feel like maybe it's like a joke, like, you know, like it ends early or something. I don't know. So what happened last time? Last time I didn't actually read very much too. I read, oh my god, my voice cracked there. Ew. Last, what did they do last time? Last time, previously on Warrior Cats, Thunder left the hollow. He's living with his dad now, and everybody is really weird. They're hostile towards him. They seem to think that he's gonna be inheriting... Oh my gosh. The Snickle Fritz. And welcome ya to Nono's Carnival. Don't forget to nya grab a snack, grab a nya drink, and enjoy the show. So funny. Yeah, so everyone's kind of mean to him. They think that he's been brought in to be the next leader, so they're kind of like iffy about him, I think, based off of that. He has to prove himself, but obviously he hasn't been trained to fight or hunt in the forest. He's been trained to do those things in the wild fields. So he's lonely, he's struggling. Clear Sky is his father, who is being quite cold to him. Like he'll praise him. He's nice to... I think Clear Sky's trying not to show favoritism, but in the same breath, that's your son, dude. Like, that's your kid. He's kind of pushing him away. So, yeah, I think that's kind of all what we managed to read last time. Oh, wait. So, yeah, so after... Last time. The time before last time, there was a fire, and then... Clear Sky's clan kind of got kicked out of their area for a bit, so they invited them all to the field hollow to kind of like just rest for the night. And within that time, Tall Shadow resigned, so she needed to focus on taking care of her brother, who was severely injured in the fire, because Clear Sky obviously, you know, left him. He's been kicked from the clan because he's useless now. And so... The walking cats on the screen, is that us? Yeah, that's you, the Pop Cubs! If you scroll down on Twitch, you'll be able to find a panel extension thing where you can customize him. If you're following, then you get one. Hi, Rednox! What kind of cat am I? You're a Pop Cub, which is a Pop Cub, a popcorn tiger. You're a tiger made out of popcorn. So... Popcorn! Yeah! You're edible. Yum, 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 yum. So yeah, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. What was his name again? I can't remember his name. Greywing. Greywing! Greywing is now the leader of the field cats, the moor cats. And within that, like, day period, Clear Sky... Or Thunder left with Clear Sky because he wanted to be with his dad. And that's pretty much where we are. We're with Thunder in his new camp with his dad, where everybody doesn't like him. Okay, I'm going to start reading because we have at least 70 pages to read. So let's go! Maybe I'll make the background music a little louder for you. Thunder padded along in Clear Sky's paw steps as they headed up the stream away from the river. Thank you for the follow! Now you get one. It was the day after his disastrous hunt with Leaf, and his father was taking him training for the first time. The sky was cloudy, with the only occasional gleam of sunlight. A stiff breeze rustled the leaves and carried with it the reek of burnt stretch of forest. Thank you for your purchase, too. Clear Sky didn't halt until they came to the edge of the devastation. Blackened ground and fallen, charred trees lay ahead of them. Some of the trees still stood, though their leaves had burned away and their branches looked shaky, ready to crash on the ground. Across the stream, Thunder could make out the sweep of the moor beyond the outlying trees. He knew they were close to the place where Clear Sky and his cats had crossed the stream, guided by Greywing and his group. Hunger Games is where all the pop cubs fight! Oh, it does it on YouTube too. Cool. He opened his jaws to ask Clear Sky if they could cross now and see if Greywing was hunting close by, but then changed his mind without speaking. He knew instinctively what Clear Sky's response would be. "This morning you're going to work on your leaping skills," Clear Sky announced, speaking for the first time since they had left the camp. "Okay," Thunder responded, determined to do his best. "What do you want me to do?" Clear Sky waved his tail in the direction of the burnt forest. "I want to see you jump from one tree to the next. It's an important skill if you're hunting squirrels or even birds, and it's a good way to stay clear of your enemies. Out here, where the leaves are burnt off of the trees, you'll be able to see where you're going." Like that's supposed to make it easier for me? Thunder thought, gazing up in dismay at the nearest fire-damaged tree. I'm not sure it'll even bear my weight. Fight, fight, fight! While he hesitated, Clear Sky padded over to face him. "I can see doubt in your eyes," he hissed. "That's exactly why you need to climb up the tree right now. The only way you can survive in the forest is without fear." Clear Sky's blue eyes glowed with passion. "Fear is like prey. It only exists to be captured and killed. Fear didn't get me and the rest of us out of the mountains." Pride. Thunder stretched up to grip the burnt tree trunk with his claws. Small chips of black wood flaked away at the touch. He hesitated, but didn't want to turn around and see a disappointed or angry look in his father's eyes. Bracing himself, Thunder sprang and clambered up the tree, shedding scraps of wood every time he sank his claws into the trunk. At last, he reached a branch that clung there, feeling it shake under him and hardly daring to look down at the ground so far below. "Get moving!" Clear Sky called up to him. "You're showing the tree too much respect." For a couple of heartbeats, Thunder clung tighter as a gust of wind swayed the branch. "It feels like I should respect the tree." was what he wanted to say. He knew that jumping wasn't his strong point, and besides, he had no idea which branches would support his weight and which would give out and send him crashing down onto the ground. Respecting the tree makes perfect sense. Jump now! Clear Sky yowled, impatience clear in his tone. Taking a deep breath, Thunder managed to ignore the creaking of the branch and the stench of dead wood, and launched himself into a leap. He landed awkwardly in the next tree, his forepaws scrambling at a branch while his hind legs dangled midair. Clawing desperately, he hauled himself up until he could crouch in a fork between the branch and the tree trunk. Far too slow! Clear Sky Yowl came up from below. You should have been 2 trees over by now. Stung by the sneering tone, Thunder peered down at his father, who stood at the foot of the tree, his tail lashing. What is the point of this? He demanded. Didn't Jagged Peak injure himself permanently when he fell from a tree? Clear Sky didn't bother to answer. Are you gonna perch up there and ask silly questions? He meowed. Or are you gonna continue to learn new skills? Don't you want to learn the best way to hunt? He pointed with his tail towards the next tree. Let me see how strong you are. Growing even more irritated, Thunder decided to show his father just how good he was. Pushing off with his hind paws, he leapt from tree to tree, forcing down the fear that stirred in his belly. This'll show him. Another tree, and another. Crack! As Thunder's paws hit the next branch, it splintered away from the tree. Thunder felt himself falling, twisting in the air in a frantic effort to turn himself upright. A picture of Jagged Peak dragging his injured legs across the moorland camp flashed into his mind. Then he let out a screech of pain as he thumped down, paws first, onto the forest floor. Scraps of bark and chunks of black wood showered down around him. Clear Sky was watching him with a disappointed look in his eyes. You showed good courage there, he mewed, dipping his head, but recklessness can lead to injury. My God, Clear Sky, what is your issue? Without another word, he turned and headed back towards the camp. What is wrong with his dad? Thunder limped after him, testing each leg gingerly to make sure he wasn't badly hurt. Dull anger was throbbing in his belly. If I take it slowly, I'm respecting the tree too much. If I go fast, I'm being reckless. What do I have to do to please my father? He halted, his anger and confusion becoming too much to bear. Clear Sky, he called. His father stopped and glanced back over his shoulder. What now? He asked irritably. Thunder didn't let his father's tone intimidate him. Why are you accusing me of recklessness when I was only doing what you told me to do? He demanded. Clear Sky padded back towards him, sighing patiently. Do you really not understand yet? I brought you back here because I wanted what's best for you, and that's to fit in and become a useful member of the group. I'm pushing you so you can become the very best you're capable of. He turned and stalked off. As they drew close to camp, a hunting party emerged from the trees. Petal was in the lead, followed by Frost and Falling Feather. All of them were carrying prey. How did your training go? Falling Feather asked around a mouthful of wool. Are you getting the hang of hunting in trees? At least she sounds friendly, Thunder reflected. Yeah, it was fine, he replied, hoping that no cat would see his disappointment. I'll show Clear Sky. I'll show all the cats here. I'll do more training, but on my own next time. Dawnlight was trickling through the trees when Thunder slipped out of camp on the following morning. The grass was still wet with dew, soaking Thunder's pelt as he brushed against it. Tendrils of mist tickled the trees, and pale cobwebs were stretched out on every bush. Thunder was determined that this morning he would hunt alone, and deserve his father's praise when he came back loaded with prey. He crept through the forest, striving to make every paw step stealthy, so that he would pass as silently as a shadow among the trees. But that wasn't as easy as he had hoped. He had grown bigger since his foray in the forest with shattered ice. Every time he trod on a dead leaf, or a twig snapped under his paw, he halted, cringing, afraid that Clear Sky was following him and would hear. He had paused beside an oak tree, sniffing carefully for prey, when he picked up the scent of cats and heard the sounds of bodies brushing through the undergrowth. At first, Thunder thought it was his father at the head of the patrol, but then he realized that the scents were unfamiliar. Peering around the bole of the oak tree, Thunder saw two cats emerge into the open. The first was a silver-furred Tom, River Ripple, who had helped them escape from the fire. With him was a black and white she-cat Thunder had never seen before. Thunder's paws tingled with uncertainty. He knew that Clear Sky didn't like other cats hunting in the forest. But this place is big enough for all of us, he reflected. I don't want to drive them off, especially when we owe so much to River Ripple. Thunder turned away to head off in another direction, but after a couple paw steps he had to halt again as a strange black Tom appeared around the edge of a bramble thicket. The black Tom thrust his head forward and let out a threatening hiss. Spinning around, Thunder scampered away, only to realize that the black Tom was hard on his paws. Thunder dodged to and fro. Oh, I lost my place. Thunder dodged to and fro among bushes and clumps of fern, but he couldn't shake off his pursuer. Spotting an ash tree with an inviting low branch, he pushed off in a huge leap and clawed the rest of the way up the trunk until he reached the branch. A furious snarl came from behind him. Turning and looking down, Thunder saw with a stab of fear that the black Tom was climbing the tree after him. Thunder slid out his claws and swiped at the black Tom as he came within range, but the other Tom ducked under the blow and hurled himself at Thunder, almost knocking him off the branch. Thunder tackled him, grabbing the cat's shoulder fur in his jaws. He let out a screech as he felt the black Tom's claws rake down his side. Then he felt his paws slipping from the branch, and a heartbeat later he was falling through the air. He lost his grip on the other cat, who fell with him, paws and tail flailing. Thunder managed to land on all four paws, wincing at the impact. The black Tom was sprawled on his side. Thunder leaped forward and used his forepaws to pin down the black Tom's shoulders. "You stupid furball! I wasn't doing you any harm!" Thunder hissed. Glancing up, he saw that River Ripple and his companion had followed and were gazing at them from a couple tail lengths away. "I don't want..." Thunder began. "Dun! Hi, Dun!" Donkachi. Whoa. "Don't want to interrupt. Here's my money." "Wow, thanks, Dun." I'm just realizing that this doesn't show... This multi-chat doesn't show the things I need it to show, which is sad. Guess I could, like, kind of go like this. Dum da dum dum dum. Dum 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 dum. Oi, Madeline. Oi, Madeline. Scalpel! Yeah, I'll figure it out later. That will never stop him from being pretty neat. Who's available? Manual update is required unless you're connected to the StreamerBot website. Guys, can someone say something? In any of my chats. Mikarin, say something, quick! Yay, thanks! When you get the chance to stream over, check the group chat. No! What? I'm using StreamerBot now. It's just better. Okay, I'm checking the group chat. I do want a VR! Yeah, but I have to... After my stream. Thumbs up. Of course! Alright, let's keep going. See ya! Bye, Done. Have fun. hold on. I want to close this multi-chat. There. All right, let's keep reading where I forgot I was going. Thunder managed to land on all four paws, wincing at the impact. The Black Tom was sprawled on his side. Thunder leaped forward and used his forepaws to pin down the Black Tom's shoulder. "You stupid furball, I wasn't doing you any harm," Thunder hissed. Glancing up, he saw that River Ripple and his companion had followed and were gazing at them from a couple tail lengths away. "I don't want," Thunder began. Crashing from the undergrowth interrupted him. Clear Sky sprang into the open and halted for a heartbeat, his gaze raking the three strange cats. "Get out of here now, and don't come back," he growled. "Thunder, you can let that mange pelt up." Thunder stepped back obediently. As the Black Tom struggled to his paws, Clear Sky bounded up to him and gave him a warning shove, sending him sprawling. The Black Tom scrambled up again and scurried off with the she-cat hard on his paws. River Ripple began to follow them, then paused, looking back at Clear Sky with a long, cold stare. Clear Sky was unmoved by it. "Cats who attack my son will be punished," he snarled. "You can't keep doing this," River Ripple meowed simply. "You can't try to tell other cats what to do." "Come over here and say that again," Clear Sky challenged. "I can do what I like." Thunder could hardly believe what he was hearing. His own father acting like some sort of bully. "I'm sure it doesn't," Thunder started to say, but Clear Sky's glare was so vicious that the words dried up in his throat. River Ripple was watching him closely. "No, please, carry on," he said. "I'm interested to know what a young cat thinks about all this." "Thunder's opinion is none of your business," Clear Sky hissed. "Thunder doesn't have an opinion." What? Thunder felt his stomach shrivel. Was that really what his father thought? River Ripple was still staring hard at him, and Thunder had to look away. Silence throbbed through the air. Then there was the sound of River Ripple stalking away. Clear Sky waited until River Ripple had vanished into the undergrowth before turning to Thunder. "Congratulations," he meowed. "You have just expanded our territory. Those cats won't dare come back here again, and hopefully they'll spread the word that we don't tolerate uninvited visitors." Waving his tail for Thunder to follow, he headed back in the direction of the camp. "Is that what I did?" he wondered. Thunder had never thought in terms of tolerating other cats. Thunder felt miserable. His morning had been ruined. Instead of training by himself and returning triumphant to camp with his jaws full of prey, he had ended up in an ugly brawl with rogue cats, including one cat who had probably saved all their lives. And I'd already defeated the Black Tom, he thought with a twinge of resentment. Clear Sky didn't have to be so protective or put me down like that. "You know, I was fine back there," he began nervously, not wanting to provoke an angry reaction. "The fight was over. You didn't have to shove that cat." "Fine? The cats were in the forest, weren't they?" Clear Sky hissed impatiently. "How could that be fine?" "But the rogue cats were here before any of us," Thunder replied, alarmed. "They can go where they like, can't they?" He hesitated, then plunged on. "I do have an opinion, you know." Clear Sky halted, his eyes widening as he gazed at Thunder, and his claws working in the grass. "Haven't you listened to a word I've said to you? We need to protect ourselves for the future, and that means no unwelcome visitors." His voice softened. "Of course you have an opinion. I was just putting that cat in his place. You mustn't take any notice. But it's important you understand that we need to guard our home really carefully. You get that, right?" Right. What else could Thunder say? Of course he wanted the forest cats to have a safe and happy home, although it didn't feel that happy right now. His tail drooping, Thunder followed his father back to the camp. What have I done? He asked himself. A moment of doubt pierced him. Maybe I should have stayed with Greywing. Even thinking that made Thunder feel both disloyal and like a coward. I had no idea what I was doing. I still don't. He watched his father's silhouette pull ahead. Thunder's heart felt heavy as stone. I'm here now. There's no going back. Being reunited with his father had once been Thunder's biggest dream, but now it felt like a weight on his shoulders. He wondered where River Ripple and those other cats would be now. Spreading the word of their encounter? I hope not, Thunder thought. I wish it had never happened. Whoopee! They say you should never meet your heroes. Yeah. That's rough. That's rough. I'm gonna try and fix the chat a little bit. Scroll direction. Group, how do you use the name in concussion? Ooh. Which method will get rid of the channel point redemptions and new subscribers? No, I should keep the subscribers. Should I close the announcements? I think it's mostly the channel point redemptions that's the biggest. And we need furry mode. And I'll turn the... this back, and then... reversed. Where the heck did it go? Oh. Scroll direction, normal. This setting is ignored. Shared chat messages. Okay. That looks good. Chat. Cat chat. It's been refreshed. I lost my tab. I found my tab. Okay, chapter 19. Greywing sat at the mouth of the den he shared with Turtletail, his paws tucked comfortably underneath him, and watched the three kits playing at the bottom of the hollow. Their squeals of excitement drifted over as they leaped on top of one another and rolled around in the scattered twigs and debris from the gorse bushes. When Rainswordflower said we'd have our paws full, she wasn't wrong, he thought. I wonder how I used to fill my days before the kits came. As Greywing slid into a doze, letting the warm sunlight soak into his pelt, he spotted Sparrowfur racing up the slope towards him. Greywing, play with us! Come play with us! She begged, skidding to a halt in front of him. Greywing's jaw gaped in a massive yawn as he rose to his paws. Okay, he mumbled. What do I have to do? Owl Eyes is being a fox, Sparrowfur explained, looking over her shoulder at Greywing as she bounced down the slope ahead of him. And we have to roll out of his way when he attacks us. That's a good game for training, Greywing realized. One day they might have to do it for real. When Greywing and Sparrowfur reached the bottom of the hollow, Owl Eyes was racing towards Pebbleheart with his teeth bared, and he uttered tiny, high-pitched growls. I'm a fox, he declared. I'm gonna eat you up. No! Pebbleheart shrieked. He dived to one side as Owl Eyes leaped at him, landing on his back and waving his paws in the air. Owl Eyes spun around and hurled himself at Sparrowfur. His sister waited until the last moment before darting aside with a yowl of delight and rolling over and over among the scattered twigs. Drawing his lips back in a snarl, Owl Eyes whipped around to face Greywing. his tail lashing to and fro. "I'm the fiercest fox in the forest!" Greywing bared his teeth and snarled back. "And I'm an even bigger fox!" Owl Eyes flattened his ears and widened his eyes. "I'm so scared!" he meowed, his voice shaking with laughter. He jumped to one side as Greywing pounced, landing a blow on Greywing's ear before he rolled out of range. "Well done!" Greywing scrambled to his paws and shook debris from his pelt. "It's a good thing you had your claw sheath." Twigs cracked beneath his paws. He whirled to attack Sparrowfur, but as he charged forward, a sharp pain clawed through his lungs, and he felt his legs crumble underneath him. He sank to the ground and lay on his side, chest heaving as he gasped for breath. "Oh my God, he's getting asthma!" The three kids crowded around him, their eyes huge and anxious. Frustration welled up inside Greywing as their plump, furry bodies made it harder to breathe, but he knew better than to bat them out of the way. "Get back!" Turtletail's voice rang out from somewhere across the camp. "Give Greywing some air!" A moment later, she padded up to him, gently thrusting the kits aside. "Is it your breathing again?" she asked. Unable to speak, Greywing nodded. Pebbleheart poked his nose into his mother's side. "I think Greywing needs some colt's foot for his breathing," he mewed quickly. "Shall I go see if Cloudspots has some?" Dang. How does he already know? Turtletail turned a puzzled gaze on her son. "How do you know about Colt's foot?" she asked. "Dabblepelt told me," the kit replied. Her mother twitched her whiskers in surprise, then nodded. Instantly, Pebbleheart darted off towards Cloudspot's den. Owl Eyes and Sparrowfur huddled closer to Greywing, touching their noses to his. "Please get better," Owl Eyes begged. Greywing's breathing was beginning to ease, enough for him to reassure the anxious kits. "Of course I will," he croaked. "I promise you." "Thank you. Hi, Caddy!" "We've never had a father like you," Sparrowfur added, brushing her tail along his side. "You are like our father, aren't you?" Both kits fixed their gaze on Greywing, their eyes full of hope and love. Pain pierced Greywing's heart, far more agonizing than his trouble with breathing. He opened his jaws to reply, but no words would come. He wasn't sure if it was his illness that closed his throat, or his fear of letting his emotions overwhelm him. Turtletail's gaze met Greywing's over the top of the kit's head. "Of course he is," she meowed briskly. "He's the best father any kit could have hoped for." Pebbleheart, returning with a bunch of colt's foot leaves in his jaws, dashed up in time to hear what his mother had said. Letting the leaves fall, he hurled himself at her in a wriggling bundle of delight. "That's the best thing I've ever heard, ever!" he announced. "Now we really know we belong." Cloudspots, padding more slowly after Pebbleheart, swept his tail around to gesture the kits away from Greywing. "It's time you leave Greywing in peace," he told them, dipping his head to Turtletail. "I'll look after him, don't worry." "Yes, it's time for your nap," Turtletail mewed, gathering the kits together. "You'll see Greywing again later." Yes, he called weakly after them as Turtletail herded the kits towards their nest. "We'll start training as soon as I'm better." He watched the kits vanish into their den before turning to Cloudspots. "I am going to get better soon, aren't I?" he asked. "Tell me the truth." "Tell me the truth, Doc. Am I dying?" Cloudspots rolled his eyes. "You may be ill, but that's no excuse to behave as if your brain is full of bees. Of course you'll be better soon. You survived the mountains," he added with a snort. You can survive a bit of smoke in your lungs. Besides, it's not just the kits who need you. You're a leader now, don't forget. You have duties to fulfill." A scrabbling sound interrupted his last words. Greywing looked up to see that Pebbleheart had come back. "Please, can I help treat Greywing?" he begged. Cloudspots paused for a moment before replying, while Pebbleheart worked his claws impatiently in and out. "Very well," the black and white Tom replied at last. "Collect those colt's foot leaves and chew them up, so you can dribble the juice into Greywing's mouth." Pebbleheart obeyed eagerly, chomping on the leaves and letting the juices trickle into Greywing's gaping jaws. "That's enough," Cloudspots meowed at last. Good job. Almost at once, Graywing could feel the pain ebb away. His breathing relaxed, and he was able to scramble to his paws. Cloudspots gave a satisfied nod. No unnecessary exertion for the next moon, he ordered. After that, you'll be as strong and energetic as one of these kits. Graywing murmured thanks, though he wasn't sure whether he felt grateful or doubtful. But he was certain of one thing. I definitely feel hope. Graywing opened his eyes and stretched his jaws in an enormous yawn. Golden sun rays slanted in through his den, showing him that Turtletail and the kits had left. I feel as if I've slept for moons, he thought, raising to his paws and giving himself a long, luxurious stretch. As he relaxed again, the sound of loud meowing and yowls of delight broke out in the camp outside the den. Curious, Graywing padded to the entrance and looked out. Most of his den mates were clustered together in the middle of the camp. Wind and Gorse were there, too. Apprehension prickled through Graywing's pelt, but he shrugged off the feeling. Every cat seemed to be happy about something. Surely they couldn't be gathering because danger was threatening. As Graywing gazed down, wondering what it was all about, Lightning Tail broke away from the group and bounded up the slope towards him. You have to listen to this, the young Tom called out excitedly. He beckoned with his tail for Graywing to join him. Cloudspots has suggested we give the two rogues longer names like ours, if you'll let us. Intrigued, Graywing padded down to join the others and slid into the crowd towards Turtletail. This could work well, he thought to himself. If Wind and Gorse have names like us, then maybe every cat will agree that they should join us. As the thought passed through his mind, he glanced at Tall Shadow. The former leader was sitting quietly on top of the tall rock, keeping watch over the moor as she always did, her expression giving away nothing of what she was thinking. It's good to have you here, Cloudspots was telling Wind and Gorse as Graywing sat down with Lightning Tail beside him. But I think we all agree your names are kind of short. You should have long names like ours if you're going to spend time with us. Wind and Gorse let out identical snorts of amusement. Okay, Gorse meowed. Wind, what should we call you? Oh, Wind, what should we call you? Wind that chases rabbits down burrows? Oh my god, he's... That's how the tribe of Rushing Water names their cats. Wind batted him with one paw. I'd give up chasing rabbits for good, rather than call myself a mouthful like that. Why don't you just call yourself Gorse Prickle Stuckin' Paw? Cloudspots let out a meow of laughter. Why don't I think you're taking this seriously? Rind, I think you should call yourself Windrunner. Rain-swept flower meowed. You're really fast. Wind thought about that, with her head cocked, then nodded. Yes, she decided, looking pleased. That's my name now, Windrunner. And what about Gorse? Jackdaw's Cry asked. Gorse Bush? Hawkswoop suggested. Gorse Tail? What about Gorse Fur? Turtletail added, because the fur on top of your head sticks up in a bit like gorse spines. Gorse met her gaze for a moment. That'll do, he decided, then licked his paws and drew it across his spiky head fur. Thanks. Lightning Tail blinked thoughtfully at the two rogue cats, then let out a long sigh. His earlier excitement had vanished like mist in the sunlight. What's the matter? Graywing asked. Lightning Tail hesitated, as if he was reluctant to share his thoughts. I wish Thunder could be here to see this, he mewed at last. Trying to sound optimistic, he added, At least now there are new cats in here, in the hollow, who will help lead the group. Graywing felt his fur begin to bristle with hostility. Lead? He asked. I thought that was my job now. Even as he spoke, he realized that however much he had fought against taking over the leadership from Tall Shadow, his position was already important to him. I didn't mean... Lightning Tail began to protest. Then what did you mean? Gorsefur and Windrunner aren't even part of our group yet, and you talk about them leading? Lightning Tail looked injured, and Graywing wondered if he had been too harsh with the young Tom. I only meant... Lightning Tail cast a glance towards Windrunner and Gorsefur. They were standing in the middle of a group of cats, who were all eagerly congratulating them on their new names. Well, the more strong cats, the better, right? Greywing still felt unsettled. What do you mean by strong? He asked. Lightning Tail scrabbled at the ground with his forepaws, looking more uncomfortable with every heartbeat that passed. Glancing around, he suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's Acorn Fur! I have to talk to her!" Greywing stretched out a paw to halt the young cat as he sprang to his paws. You haven't answered my question," he meowed. "What do you mean by strong?" Lightning Tail turned back to Greywing, his whiskers quivering with indignation. His claws raked the ground as if he had to let out some inner turmoil. "I mean cats who can stand up to clear sky," he blurted out at last. "There, I've said it! I can't believe Thunder went away with him, after all the stories we've heard." His neck fur fluffed up in anger as he met Greywing's gaze. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about," he growled. "Every cat knows that Clear Sky's trying to push other cats around." As Greywing stood staring at him, too astonished to speak, Acorn Fur came bounding up to them. She glanced uncertainly from Greywing to her brother and back again. "What's going on?" she asked. "Are you two arguing?" "Oh, no," Greywing replied. Between shock and anger, his voice was cold. "Why would I stop to argue with such a young cat, barely out of his nest?" Lightning Tail reared back at the insult. He opened his jaws to respond, then clearly thought better of it. Whipping around, he stalked off towards Windrunner and Gorsefur, followed by his sister, who was still looking bewildered. Greywing stood where he was, watching, and as his anger ebbed, he realized that he might be missing an opportunity. If I'm going to lead, I need to know that these cats are on my side. Racing across the camp, barely thinking about Cloudspot's advice not to exert himself, he leaped on top of the rock beside Tall Shadow. The black she-cat gave him a surprised glance, then edged back to make room for him. Facing the gathered cats, Greywing sought out Windrunner and Gorsefur, and dipped his head to them. "Congratulations on your new names," he began. "We hope that they will bring us closer together in friendship in the seasons to come. I'd like to welcome them as full members of the group," he thought to themselves, "but I'm not sure every cat is ready for that yet, and I want to be certain of myself as leader before I let Windrunner in, because as sure as snow falls in cold season, she'll try to take over." "Thank you," Windrunner responded to his words. By now all the cats had realized that something unexpected was happening. They turned towards the rock and gazed up at Greywing while he waited for silence to fall. It wasn't a long wait. He could see that every cat was eager to listen what he had to say. He spotted Turtletail at the back of the group, looking surprised. "I never told her I was going to make a speech. I didn't know it myself until a moment ago." Standing there as tall as he could on top of the rock, Greywing cleared his throat. "When my brother left here with Thunder," he began, "he said that sentiment didn't count for anything. I'm not sure that I agree with him." Pausing, he let his gaze travel over the assembled cats. His 3 kits were huddled together with jagged peak, while Acorn Fur stood protectively beside Lightning Tail, whose fur was still ruffled from their argument. Gorsefur and Windrunner stood side by side. At last Greywing's gaze settled on Turtletail. Strong feelings began to surge through him at the sight of her, powerful as the waterfall that crashed into the pool outside the mountain cave. "Sentiment counts for everything," he went on, letting his voice ring clearly across the camp. "Where would we be without each other? I'm so proud of you all for making friends with Windrunner and Gorsefur." For a moment he could feel Tall Shadow's stare boring into his back from where she sat behind him at the edge of the rock. He knew she had always been cautious around the 2 moorland cats, but he also knew she would have to accept them eventually, and he paid no attention to her now. "But if I'm to truly lead," he continued, "I need to know you're all with me." He paused before he asked the question that meant everything to him. "Are you?" When he had finished speaking, Greywing closed his eyes and waited. His belly began to churn as the silence seemed to stretch on for seasons. What if I've gotten it all wrong? Then his eyes flew open again as the air was split with yowls of delight and enthusiastic support. "Yes, Greywing, we're with you! Greywing! Greywing!" Greywing blinked down at them, stunned and overwhelmed. He was aware of Tall Shadow padding up behind him. and felt her breath warm in his ear as she murmured, "I think you should get down now." For a heartbeat, Greywing felt as though his paws were frozen on the rock. Then he pulled himself together and leapt down into the crowd of his friends. They all pressed around him, brushing their pelts against his, resting their tails on his shoulders, or pushing their noses into his fur. Hawk swoop, jackdaw's cry, shattered ice, rain-swept flower. Confidence thrilled through Greywing, filling him from ears to tail tip at his proof of their loyalty. At last he found himself facing Lightning Tail. "This is what it's about," Greywing told him. "This is true strength." Lightning Tail dipped his head in understanding, his hostility gone. "Where you lead, we will all follow," he meowed. "And that's all I need to hear," Greywing thought. "This is what strength is, the power of love."
Ooh. Ad break.
On Twitch, at least.
Bleh. Blep.
Change your mind, first in line. The heck is a dockable chat window? Open chat connection? Ugh. I don't know what that is.
Chapter 20.
Dawn light woke Greywing, where he lay in the den with Turtletail and the kits. They were still sleeping. The kits sprawled over their mother's body. Turtletail's tail was wrapped against her nose, its fur ruffling with every breath she took. Greywing watched her, his heart swelling with affection. He remembered how pleased she had been when he caught up to the others on their journey from the mountains. She had observed him silently when he fell in love with Storm. Now Greywing understood why she had left the moor to go and live with Bumble and the Two-Legs. "I drove her to it," he realized. "All this time, she's cared for me as more than a friend. And what did I do? I ignored her. But not any longer," he resolved. Turtletail's escape from the Two-Leg den and the comfort she'd given him over the moons they'd been den mates had made Greywing see her with new eyes. Turtletail had always been beside him. "Took you long enough, dude." We care for each other. No, it was more than caring. Greywing knew that he loved this cat.
Hey!
A paw prodded him in the side. "Go and catch me some prey, Fleapelt." Turtletail was awake, her green eyes alight with mischief. Greywing let out a snort of laughter. "Who are you calling a Fleapelt?" Okay, I'm going." Greywing rose to his paws, gave his fur a shake, and padded up to the mouth of the den. The dawn chill enveloped him as he stepped into fresh air. The pale sky streaked with clouds, only the faintest rosy flush showing where the sun would rise. Heading out of the hollow, Greywing felt more alive than ever before. His injured paws had healed, and even his breathing seemed to feel better, despite his recent collapse. Leaving the mountains was the best decision I ever made. Greywing knew that if he hadn't made that choice, he would have never have become the father to Sparrowfur, Pebbleheart, and Owl Eyes, kits he now loved as his own. And if the next cold season was as easy as the last, the kits would grow up strong and healthy. He wouldn't have felt the same confidence in the mountains, where the cold could kill. As Greywing reached the top of the hollow and stuck out across the moor, he heard paw steps following him, and a high-pitched squeak of excitement. He stopped and turned, knowing exactly what he would see. The 3 cats scampered up to him.
"We want to hunt with you,"
Owl Eyes announced, his whiskers quivering.
"For real this time. No more pretend
Foxes. Greywing shook his head. "Sorry, you're too young."
Please.
Sparrowfur fixed him with screeching green eyes.
"No kid is too young to learn good hunting skills."
Greywing fixed her with a stern look. Where did she pick that up, I wonder? If you think you can get around me, he began.
We'll be good.
Pebbleheart mewed, jumping up and down. Graywing found that he couldn't resist her pleading. Okay, he agreed, but stay close together, and close to me, and do exactly what I tell you. Understood? All three kits nodded vigorously. Come on, then. Graywing led them onto the moor, his ears and nose alert for signs of prey. The kits followed, behaving themselves for once, their excitement showing only in the twitching of their whiskers and their wide, shining eyes. Soon Graywing picked up the scent of a hare and located it in the long grass at the edge of the stream. At first he could only see the black tip of its ears, but gradually he distinguished the outline of its body among the green stems. It seemed to be a young one, not yet fully grown. Be quiet, he murmured to the kits, pointing with his tail. Look over there. The kits stared in the direction his tail was indicating. Then Pebbleheart turned to him, blinking a little in distress.
It's only a kit, he mewed.
Yes, but its mother and father won't its mother and father be upset when it doesn't come home?
Oh, yeah, won't its mother and father be upset when it doesn't come home?
Sparrowfur added. Owl Eyes was looking upset too. For a moment, Graywing didn't know how to answer. Then he sat down and gathered the kits closer with a sweep of his tail. I understand how you feel, he meowed. Clearly, they weren't as ready for hunting as they thought they were. But we can't take our hearts hunting. Not if we want to survive. We have to be tough. I've seen a cat die of hunger. His voice quivered a little as he remembered his sister Fluttering Bird. I don't want to see that happen ever again. Do you understand? The kids exchanged uncertain glances.
I guess so,
Owl Eyes replied at last. Then I'm going to show you how to hunt this hare, Graywing went on more briskly. And I want you to remember that hares can be dangerous. Their back legs are very powerful. One kick could break a cat's spine. Now watch. Graywing checked the hare again. It was sitting with its back to them, so far it hadn't noticed them. The breeze is blowing towards us, he murmured. Do you know why that's good? All three kits thought for a moment.
Because we can scent the hare,
Sparrowfur responded brightly.
But it can't scent us.
Right. As the little cat puffed out her chest proudly, Graywing added, Now stay here and don't move. Graywing began stalking cautiously towards the hare. There was no cover between him and the clump of grass where the hare was hiding, and he didn't want to alert it by sudden movement. He had covered about half the distance before the hare suddenly sat erect. Knowing it had sensed him, Graywing hurled towards it, calling on every scrap of speed he could manage. He leaped upon the hare as it bounded out of cover, swerving to avoid its back legs, and to break its neck in one skillful twist of his jaws. The hare fell to the ground and lay still. Graywing turned to beckon the kits with his tail. As they padded towards him, sudden spots began to dance before his eyes, and his vision was obscured by glittering darkness. Pain was gnawing at his lungs, and he could hardly breathe. Not again!
He's having another asthma attack!
The kits gathered around him, letting out anxious squeaks, their small, furry bodies pressed up against him.
You're not ill again, are you?
One of them asked. He pushed them away as he filled his lungs with air. Yes, not so bad this time, if I can just gather myself. But he heard one of the kittens yowl with pain, and he realized he hadn't been as gentle as he hoped. Panic must have made his paw strike out harder than he meant. I'm sorry, he gasped. I didn't mean to hurt you. The kits looked at each other. Finally, Owl Eyes muttered, It's okay. Pebbleheart came scampering up. He dropped something small on the ground and cautiously approached Graywing. May I listen to your chest? He asked. Graywing eyed him doubtfully. I'm not in the mood for games. But Pebbleheart's expression was deeply serious, and some instinct told Graywing to agree. Okay, he mewed, lying down again and rolling onto his back. He allowed Pebbleheart to place his ear against his chest and listen to his breathing. After a moment, Pebbleheart pulled away.
It's not too bad, he mewed, but I brought you a juniper berry to help.
He picked up the small object and dropped it beside Graywing. Graywing stared at it for a moment, blinking. Well, I don't suppose it can do any harm. He licked up the berry, chewed, and swallowed it. Almost at once, Graywing felt the last of his tight breathing subside. Astonishment spread through him as his pain ebbed. How did you know that? he asked, sitting up again. Pebbleheart studied his paws, looking a bit embarrassed.
I just sort of worked it out for myself,
he admitted. Greywing felt a pang of anxiety. I hope you don't start eating random stuff to see what it does, he meowed.
Oh no! Pebbleheart relaxed a little. I listened to Dapplepelt and Cloudspot, so I know which herbs are good and which are dangerous.
Greywing nodded thoughtfully. There was something special about Pebbleheart. Which other kid of his age would want to learn about herbs and know just the right one to bring back in a moment like this? He remembered Stone Teller back in the mountains, who had recently visited his dreams. I know she had visions sometimes, he thought. I wonder if this young kid is born to be like the Stone Teller? Do you ever have dreams? He asked the kid gently. Pebbleheart looked away quickly. No. Greywing knew very well that Pebbleheart wasn't telling the truth, but he decided to say no more for now. There'll be a better opportunity to discuss this when the other kids aren't listening. Well, thank you, he meowed. I feel much better. Let's head back to camp now. He grabbed the hare and the kids helped him carry it as he led the way back to the hollow. When they arrived, Turtletail was sitting outside her den, grooming herself. The kids dropped the hare and pelted over to her as soon as they saw her, huddling close to her as she gave each of them an affectionate lick behind their ears. You're trembling, she exclaimed. Looking past them to Greywing as he approached more slowly, she asked, What happened out there? Greywing set the hare down in front of her. Are you proud of your kits? He asked. They did well on their first hunt. Turtletail fixed him with a long stare. Answer my question, she meowed. What happened out there? Before Greywing could think about how to reply, Sparrowfur exploded into speech.
Greywing killed a hare, and then his breathing went funny again. He pushed us away. Pebbleheart brought him a berry,
Owl Eyes added. Greywing saw fury flash into Turtletail's eyes, but her voice was quiet as she mewed. Kids, take the hare down to the center of the camp so that we can all share. Now, she snapped as the kids hesitated. I'll help them, Jagged Peak offered, padding up. Come on, kids. Thanks, Jagged Peak, Turtletail meowed. Greywing couldn't suppress an irritated twitch of his tail. Jagged Peak is always nearby when the kids need anything. Yeah, because he can't do very much else, dude. With Jagged Peak supervising, Sparrowfur, Pebbleheart, and Owl Eyes began dragging the hare away, while Turtletail and Greywing gazed at each other. Once the kids were out of earshot, Turtletail rose to her paws. Let's go for a walk. She led the way up the slope without waiting to see if Greywing was following. Turtletail didn't speak again until she and Greywing had reached the shelter of the gorse bushes near the top of the hollow. Then she turned to face him. What's going on? She demanded. Greywing understood very well what she was getting at, but he had no idea how to reply. What do you mean? He asked, playing for time. Turtletail gave her tail a single lash. Too much time has been wasted by the two of us not talking to each other, she began. Not anymore. I'm not stupid, you know. I've seen you struggling with your breathing ever since the forest fire. You can't even teach your own kits, or as good as your own kits, to hunt without there being a problem. And then to push them aside like that? What were you thinking? Greywing felt as though everything was piling up on him, like an avalanche in the mountains. Do you have any idea what it's like? He demanded when Turtletail stopped at last for breath. Trying to keep a camp of cats happy? Asking myself if Tall Shadow made the right decision when she wanted me to take over as leader? I didn't ask to be any cat's leader, and now I can't sleep for worrying about others. Do you really think the other cats need to know that I'm struggling with my health? He let out a long sigh. I don't feel like a leader, he continued. I couldn't get the cats out of the forest when the fire spread. If it hadn't been for Thunder taking the lead and River Ripple guiding us. His head drooped in shame, listening to the rattle of his breathing. When he looked up again, he saw the anger had died from Turtletail's eyes. I'm sorry, she murmured. I didn't mean to upset you. It's only because I care. I don't want to see you become more ill, and I definitely don't want to hear about you pushing the kits away. It won't happen again, Greywing meowed, struggling against the fog of depression and inadequacy that surrounded him. I needed some air. That's all it was. And next time? Turtletail asked. There won't be a next time.
Greywing assured her. You could tell that his breathing was getting better. He was sure of it. He met Turtletail's steady gaze. Thankfully, she didn't pursue the argument. Together, their pelts brushing, they turned back towards the camp. Turtletail opened her jaws to say something, but there was a scuffling in the undergrowth. A hot, unwelcome set hit Greywing in the throat. "Dogs!" he exclaimed. Two of the panting beasts leapt out of the bushes and stood growling on the path in front of them. Greywing thrust Turtletail towards a nearby stunted thorn tree and scrambled after her into the branches. The dogs had seen them and snuffled around their tree, leaping up to plant their huge paws on the trunk. Greywing looked down, not daring to move. The dogs were both huge, with sleek black pelts and flopping ears. Their jaws gaped and their tongues lolled as they panted in their eagerness to get at the cats. "Now what do we do?" Turtletail asked, frozen with fear as she dug her claws into the branch. Greywing didn't reply. He remembered what Shaded Moss had once said about dogs. It's an animal you don't want to meet. And here were these two, not many tailings from the camp. His chest tightening, Greywing felt it was almost as if the dogs had turned up to prove Turtletail's point. Everything began swirling in front of his eyes. "Don't let me fall out of the tree," he thought desperately. Sensing his distress, Turtletail pressed her body against Greywing's flank, gently pinning him between her and the tree trunk. "Thanks," he whispered, realizing that he wouldn't fall now that she was supporting him. Loud paw steps sounded from beyond the gorse bush, and a two-leg voice raised into a loud yowl. One of the dogs glanced around, but neither of them moved away from the tree. Then the two legs appeared further down the path and stomped up to the dogs on their heavy paws. They spoke harshly. Greywing didn't understand the words, but he recognized the angry tone. The two legs pulled long tendrils from their pelts and fastened them to the dogs' necks, dragging them away from the tree. The dogs resisted, their paws skidding on the ground as they went on snarling and snapping at the two cats. Finally, the two legs gave the tendrils a vicious jerk, and the dogs stopped pulling and walked quietly alongside them down the path. Greywing puffed out his breath in relief. "Imagine being under order like that," he exclaimed with a disgusted snort. "Those dogs are pathetic. And the two legs must be flea-brained to want them around." Too late, he remembered that Turtletail had once lived in a two-leg place, but she was already climbing down the tree trunk to the ground. Greywing hurried to follow her, his paws slipping on the rough bark. "I'm sorry," he called out. "I didn't mean anything by it." When Turtletail turned to face him, Greywing was thankful to see that her eyes were glimmering with laughter. "It's okay. You don't need to worry," she told him. "You look pretty scared, though, for a cat who thinks dogs are pathetic." Greywing breathed a sigh of relief. He never wanted to quarrel with Turtletail. Her anger over the hunt and his treatment of the kits had struck him like a claw in his heart. "Thank you for agreeing to keep my secret a bit longer," he meowed as he and Turtletail padded back to camp. Turtletail drew ahead a couple paw steps and glanced back over her shoulder. "Never agreed to such a thing," she pointed out. "Come on, let's go home." When he arrived back at camp, Greywing left Turtletail to check on her kits while he padded over to the tall rock and leapt onto it. "Let all cats gather round to listen." "Hi, John!" he yowled. Hawk Swoop emerged from her den with Acorn Fur and Lightning Tail just behind her, tails waving. Oh my gosh, I'm yawning so much today. My goodness. Where was I? Jagged Peak dragged himself over and sat nearby. Cloudspots and Dapplepelt looked up from where they were sorting herbs. Rainswipflower went to meet Turtletail, and both she-cats gathered the kits together and made them sit down quietly. Jackdaw's Cry and Shattered Ice appeared at the top of the hollow. Shattered Ice was carrying a mouse. Only Tall Shadow paid no attention to Greywing's summons, remaining crouched over Moonshadow, who, as always, lay unmoving. Dang, that sucks. Turtletail and I just met a couple of dogs, Greywing announced when all his denmates had gathered. Some two-legs took them away, but we still need to be careful. For the rest of the day, we should all keep together and stay close to the hollow until we're sure that the dogs have gone home with their two-legs. Understand? Sure, Greywing, Shattered Ice responded, while the rest of the cats murmured agreement.
I'm a dog and I'm gonna get you,
Sparrowfur squealed, leaping on top of Owl Eyes. While Turtletail separated the scuffling kits, the meeting broke up and Greywing jumped down from the rock. He padded over to Tall Shadow and described to her what had happened, but he realized that even now she was only half listening. Her face was taut with worry as she looked down at her brother. Moonshadow's breathing was fast and shallow. His eyes were closed and his fur dull. The wound on his side wasn't healing, in spite of the herb spread on it. Blood was oozing out, darkening the covering of chewed-up leaves. Is there anything I can do? Greywing asked. He could feel the distress coming off Tall Shadow in waves. Dang, Diggy keeps winning. Oh, it's because Diggy's stuck in the floating. He's floating.
Thank you for the follow, Twisted Nightmares! Welcome in. Yay!
She shrugged. Not unless you suddenly learn the art of healing, she replied. She looked older than Greywing had ever seen her, and he touched the tip of his tail to her shoulder. He'll get better, he mewed. Don't say that, Tall Shadow hissed. You don't know that, and neither do I. Just leave us alone, please. She lay on the ground beside her brother and kept her gaze focused on his breathing. Greywing might as well have not been there.
Peek!
As he paced back to his old nest, his chest began hurting again. The scramble up the tree hadn't done him any good, but at least he wasn't in as bad a state as Moonshadow. Why did that fire ever have to happen? Cats were ill and injured, and he'd lost Thunder to Clear Sky. What are they doing now? Pebbleheart scampered up to him and as he reached his nest.
Are you okay?
He asked. Yes, I'm fine, Greywing responded. He's been keeping an eye on you, you know. Turtletail mewed as she came to join him. That's good. Greywing brushed his tail over the tabby kit's head, but I've had enough talk of sickness for one day. He lowered himself into his old sleeping place, burrowing deep into the dried ferns. The others can share the prey. I just want to sleep. When Greywing woke up again, clouds had covered the sun, stretching gray and threatening above his head. The air felt damp, as if rain was on the way. A small movement in the bedding beside him made Greywing turn his head. Pebbleheart was sleeping at his side, his body twitching and his paws working as if he was running in his sleep. Aw, he's having a vivid dream, Greywing thought. He didn't want to wake the kit, because he knew it could be dangerous to jerk cats out of their dreams. Besides, if I'm right, and Pebbleheart has special skills, this dream might mean something. Greywing waited patiently for Pebbleheart to wake. Suddenly, the kid exploded into movement, leaping to his paws, his eyes wide and staring. He turned on Greywing with a hiss, but Greywing stretched out a paw to calm him. Take it easy, he murmured. It's okay. You were having a dream, that's all. Gradually, Pebbleheart returned to the waking world, his gaze focusing on Greywing's face. Greywing could see bleak misery in his eyes. You've had this dream before, haven't you? He asked. For answer, Pebbleheart curled himself into a small ball, pressing himself against Greywing's side. Greywing could feel his trembling. Gently, he licked the kit's pelt with strong, soothing strokes of his tongue. It's okay, he whispered. You can tell me. Gradually, Pebbleheart's trembling subsided. I've had dreams for a while now, he confessed.
Owl Eyes and Sparrowfur sleep so soundly, I knew it was only me having them. And there's something about them that makes me feel, well, more than dreams. Am I being mouse-brained? He asked hesitantly. Greywing shook his head. Not at all. Tell me more about the dreams, he mewed. Pebbleheart's eyes grew distant with memory. There's one particular great dream I've had a few times, he began. I was walking down a long, dark tunnel, and there was a glittering light at the end, as if it was a shining star underground. And that scared you? Greywing asked, stroking the kit's back with his tail. Oh, no.
Pebbleheart's eyes shone. It was exciting. I really wanted to get to the end of the tunnel and find out what the light was. And it was weird. I couldn't see any other cats, but I felt like there were cats there trying to tell me something. Only I could hear what they were saying. I thought if I could get to the star thing, I would understand. But every time I have the dream, I wake up before I reach the end of the tunnel, he finished, sounding disappointed. Greywing couldn't make sense of that at all. You don't have to worry, he reassured Pebbleheart. You're not the only cat who has dreams. You remember Turtletail and I told you about Stoneteller and the other cats in the mountains, where we came from. A tunnel with cats around you? Pebbleheart nodded. Well, Stoneteller had dreams like yours sometimes, just the same as you. The little kit's eyes were bright with interest. Really? Really. And she's a very wise cat. More hesitantly, he asked, What was your dream about this time, Pebbleheart? A fight. A big fight, Pebbleheart replied, beginning to tremble again. Cats were screeching and clawing each other. I think I saw Clear Sky there. I've dreamed that one before, too. Apprehension clawed at Greywing, though he took care not to let the kit see he was worried. Has he had some kind of warning? It's all right, he soothed Pebbleheart. You don't have to talk about it anymore. Glancing towards the mouth of the den, Greywing noticed that Jagged Peak was crouched nearby, watching them intently. I think he's too far away to have heard what we said, but even so. Protectively, Greywing curled his body around Pebbleheart, bending over so that both their faces were hidden. This was something that he didn't want Jagged Peak or any other cat to see. If Pebbleheart is special, then he needs to be kept safe, he thought. For now, don't tell any other cat, he mewed, but let me know if you have any more. He broke off as a grief-stricken yowl rose up from the other side of the camp. Springing to his paws, Greywing saw Tall Shadow standing over the body of her brother. Other cats were already rushing towards her. Greywing joined her with Pebbleheart scrambling hard on his paws. Moonshadow lay still, his legs splayed out as if in a last spasm of pain. A dry and sticky pool of blood stained the ground near his mouth. Oh, dang.
He's dead!
You know what that means, guys. It's time to update the death pool. 9. Rest in peace. Oh no, he must have died while the kits and I were sleeping, Greywing thought. He pushed his way through the gathering crowd of cats until he reached Tall Shadow's side. The black she-cat was rocking back and forth, her claws tearing up the ground in her anger and grief. It wasn't his time to go, she wailed. The other cats had encircled them and stood watching, wide-eyed and silent, stunned by Moonshadow's death. Greywing realized there was only one thing left to do. He reached out and put a paw to touch Moonshadow's body. It was already cooling. A shudder of grief passed through Greywing. No cat's death was ever easy to witness. We have to bury him. Greywing remembered how they had laid Flutterbird to rest under a pile of stones, and his heart twisted. The sooner they got through this, the better. Are you ready? He mewed gently to Tall Shadow. The black she-cat didn't need to be asked what he meant. She had seen too many cats die in her time. Glancing around, Greywing spotted Jagged Peak and beckoned him with his tail. We're going to bury Moonshadow, he told his brother when Jagged Peak had limped up to him. I want you to stay here and look after the kits. They're too young to witness this. Jagged Peak stood taller, looking confident. You can trust me, Greywing. Owl Eyes and Sparrowfur scampered up to join Pebbleheart, who was gazing sadly at the body of Moonshadow. Greywing could see that Pebbleheart knew there was nothing more he could do to help this cat. Jagged Peak is going to look after you while we're out of camp, Greywing meowed, gathering the kits with his tail.
Great! He knows really cool games, Sparrowfur agreed enthusiastically. But why can't we come with you?
Owl Eyes argued. Because there are some things young cats don't need to see.
Quite right.
Turtletail padded up to join the group. You could stay here with Jagged Peak. She hesitated and looked at Greywing's younger brother. Thank you, she said. We couldn't do this now without you. He dipped his head in acknowledgement, then shook himself.
Come on, kits,
he called as he started limping away. Once the kits had withdrawn, bouncing around Jagged Peak as he led them across the camp, Greywing and Tall Shadow picked up the body of Moon Shadow. It was lighter than Greywing had expected. Clearly, the injured cat hadn't been eating well. Moving slowly and respectfully, they carried the body up the slope and out of the hollow. The other cats followed them, the soft fall of their paw steps the only sound. As they emerged onto the moor, Greywing spotted Gorsefur and Windrunner approaching a few tail lengths away.
"We'll help you,"
Gorsefur offered immediately as he joined them.
"Thank you."
Greywing meowed gratefully.
"Okay, every cat get into line." Windrunner took over immediately. "Don't crowd Moonshadow. Show him a bit of respect."
There were a few startled glances at Windrunner as she spoke, but the cats were too grief-stricken to protest. Greywing was thankful for her calm efficiency. She can see what's needed because her feelings aren't as deeply involved. With the rest of the cats following, Greywing and Tall Shadow carried Moonshadow to a quiet spot in the shelter of a rock and stood back while Windrunner and Gorse scratched away at the earth and stones. At last there was a hole deep enough for Moonshadow's body. Greywing and Tall Shadow rolled him into it. Greywing winced as he spotted streaks of blood in the dirt. No cat deserves to die in this way. Moonshadow's belly was exposed so that every cat could see the burns on his pelt. Tall Shadow let out a wail of distress, scrambling into the hole after her brother. She tried to turn him over so that the terrible wounds weren't exposed, but the hole wasn't big enough, and his body was already stiffening. Turtletail padded to the edge of the hole. "Come out now, Tall Shadow," she mewed gently. "Leave him be." Tall Shadow looked up with a brief flash of anger that gradually faded to quiet misery. Reluctantly, she heaved herself out of the hole and watched with dull eyes as jackdaws cry and shattered ice piled stones and rocks until Moonshadow had disappeared forever. Greywing felt like they hadn't done enough. "This is the first burial since we came to the moor. It's important for me to say something." As jackdaws cry and shattered ice stood back, cleaning earth from their paws, Greywing turned to face the other cats. "Moonshadow is a brave cat," he began. "He survived so much in the mountains and on our journey here. His death is a sign of all the changes we have experienced since we left the mountains. I know there will be more changes to come, but whatever happens, no cat will ever forget Moonshadow. I'll make certain of that." Before he had finished speaking, Tall Shadow had already turned and walked away, heading back to the camp. Greywing felt his heart begin to break to see her so alone. The rest of the cats followed. Greywing was the last to reach the camp. He paused for a moment at the hollow, watching as the cats dispersed after the burial. As he stood there, he saw Jagged Peak come hobbling up to him. His fur was bristly and his blue eyes wide with apprehension. "Greywing!" he gasped. "I've lost Owl Eyes!" Greywing couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What do you mean lost? All you had to do was look after 3 young kits." Guilt and shame flooded into Jagged Peak's eyes. "I was giving them a training session, teaching them how to climb a rock. Obviously, I can't show them, but I can give them directions. I was helping Pebbleheart and Sparrowfur when I suddenly realized Owl Eyes wasn't with us anymore." Greywing dug his claws into the ground in anxiety. "That's no excuse! You're supposed to be watching all 3! He knew how harsh his words sounded when he saw Jagged Peak flinch, but he was too worried about Owl Eyes to care. His gaze raked the hollow. The other 2 kits were standing closer together, a couple tail lengths further down the slope, their eyes wide and frightened, but there was no sign of Owl Eyes. "Have you checked the dens?" he asked Jagged Peak. The young cat gave a tense nod. "He's not there." Turtletail padded up to stand beside Greywing. Her face and her voice were calm, too calm. Greywing thought as she spoke to Jagged Peak. "You mustn't worry," she told him, sounding as if she could barely get the words out. "This isn't your fault." "Huh?" Greywing beckoned with the other kits with his tail. "Do you know anything about this?" he asked them. Pebbleheart shook his head. Sparrowfur scuffled her forepaws in the soil, her head lowered. "Sparrowfur!" her mother mewed sharply. "If you know anything, you have to tell us." "Owl Eyes said he was going to hunt a hare," the tortoiseshell kit admitted reluctantly. "A hare!" Turtletail turned to Greywing, her eyes wide and frightened. "He's not big enough to tackle a hare, and on his own." "And there are dogs on the moor," Greywing added, feeling his chest begin to tighten again as he realized what might happen to Owl Eyes. "Why didn't you tell Jagged Peak?" he told Sparrowfur, his tone harsh with fear and anger. She flinched away.
Because I didn't think he meant it, she wailed. I thought he was just boasting. I never believed he would be flea-brained enough to actually do it.
Graywing paused for a heartbeat. He knew that Owl Eyes had good hunting instincts, but deciding to go alone was one of the most reckless things he had ever heard of. We have to go after him, he decided. No way I'm going to leave a kit to be killed in a dog attack or a fight with a hare.
What if an alien came to Earth and they were low-key caked up and they had come from a high-temperature planet, so whenever something alien, they would sing hot cross.
I don't know. That would be something. That would be something else. With a wave of his tail, Graywing called the other cats to him. Turtletail, Windrunner, you stay here and look after the kits, he ordered, ignoring Jagged Pete's hurt look. I can't trust him with the kits again. Jackdaw's cry, I want you with me. Gorsefur, will you take charge of another group? As the cats began to organize themselves, Graywing padded across to Tall Shadow, the only cat who had not answered his summons. She was sitting at the foot of the tall rocks, staring at the distance. Tall Shadow, Owl Eyes has gone out into the moor by himself to hunt, Graywing explained. We're going to look for him. Will you come with me? When Tall Shadow didn't respond immediately, he added, I know you're grieving for Moon Shadow, but I need you by my side now. Tall Shadow rose and gave her pelt a shake, as if she was trying to get rid of clingy burrs. She finally turned to look at Graywing, and her eyes were blazing. My brother is buried, she meowed. I won't see another cat die. Of course I'll help. Where do we start? Chapter 22. Wait, I'm gonna see how many we have left. I think it's actually all the way to... Oh, wait, no? Okay. 60. Okay. Chapter 26. So we got, like... 6 more chapters?
Chapter 22. As Graywing led the way up the slope, he paused to speak to Rainswept Flower, who was watching, her eyes wide with concern, ankling his ears towards Jagged Peak. He meowed. Look after him, will you? Rainswept Flower nodded. Don't worry, Graywing, I will. At the edge of the hollow, Graywing sniffed around until he picked up Owl Eye's scent. This way! He exclaimed, waving his tail to beckon Tall Shadow and Jackdaw's cry. But as the 3 cats headed across the moor, the kit's faint scent was drowned in the reek of dogs. We'll never find him at this rate, Jackdaw's cry muttered. Fear crept through Graywing as if the blood in his veins had turned to snowmelt. Gazing around, he realized how unlikely they were to find the kit he'd come to love as his own before he fell into danger. It could already be too late. He seemed to be going this way, he meowed, setting out in the direction the scent had led. His denmates followed as he forged onward, all his senses at full stretch to pick up the least trace of Kit? Weaving a path through a clump of gorse bushes, he spotted a smear of blood on one of the low branches. For a heartbeat, his paws froze to the ground. He was so afraid that the blood belonged to Owl Eyes. Tall Shadow padded across and sniffed at the smear. I'm sorry, she mewed. The dog's scent is so strong, I can't tell where the blood came from. This wasn't much comfort for Graywing, but he forced himself to get moving again. On the other side of the gorse bushes, all 3 cats cast around to try and pick up Owl Eye's scent again. Eventually, Tall Shadow raised her tail. Over here, she called out. The trail is leading towards the forest. Graywing gazed at the line of trees in the distance. Somewhere among them was Clear Sky's camp. Would he protect Owl Eyes if the kit was in danger? The moor gradually sloped downwards into a valley with a narrow stream trickling along the bottom. The dog scent wasn't as strong here, and everything seemed peaceful. But Graywing's pads prickled with apprehension. It's too peaceful. Glancing around, he realized that if they were attacked, there was nowhere to hide. Not a tree or bush they could scramble into. The only cover was spare clumps of reeds and long grass by the waterside. They were heading downstream, still following Owl Eye's scent trail, when Graywing heard a shrill voice calling his name.
He stiffened, gazing across the stream, and spotted Owl Eye's head popping out between the reeds.
Look what I caught!
The kid growled triumphantly, tossing a dead vole into the air. Relief surged through Greywing, followed by a rush of anger. "You stupid, stupid furball!" he yowled, leaping the stream and bounding towards the kid. His chest had begun to ache again from the stress and effort of running. Tall Shadow and Jackdaw's Cry crossed the stream behind him, but as they reached Owl Eyes, the clouds, which had been lowering over the moor for most of the day, suddenly released their rain. Fat drops splashed onto Greywing's pelt and stippled the surface of the water. "Now we'll get soaked through," Jackdaw's Cry grumbled. Greywing's breath was wheezing in his chest. He couldn't face racing back across the moor to shelter of the camp. Hunching his shoulders as the rain grew heavier, he spotted a hole in the bank of the stream above their heads. "Up there!" he snapped at Owl Eyes, thrusting the kid in front of him and following him into the hole. "Come on!" he called to the others. Little light filtered in from the entrance to the burrow, there was a stale scent of rabbit. But there was enough space to move forward, Greywing's pelt brushing the earthen sides. He could scent Tall Shadow and Jackdaw's Cry following him, and when he glanced over his shoulder, he could just make out Tall Shadow's ears outlined against the dim light. In the next heartbeat, there was a slippery sound, and the light was cut off, leaving the cats in pitch darkness. "Oh, what happened?" Greywing called out, feeling his belly clenched with the first stirrings of panic. "The entrance collapsed," Jackdaw's Cry replied, sounding more annoyed than frightened. "The rain must have weakened it." "Then we're trapped," Tall Shadow rasped. Guilt washed through Greywing, as overwhelming as the rain outside. He struggled to catch his breath, knowing that the others would be able to hear his wheezing in the silence. He had never felt so useless in his life. "If it wasn't for my bad chest, we would be halfway back to the camp by now." I'm sorry," he choked out. "I shouldn't have." His voice was trembling too much from his sense of failure that he couldn't finish what he wanted to say. "It's not your fault," Jackdaw's Cry meowed sturdily. "And it's no big deal. All we have to do is keep going. There's bound to be another way out." Greywing began to creep forward, gently pushing Owl Eyes ahead of him.
This is exciting, the little kit squealed, then added, "Mouse dung, I dropped my vole by the stream."
Gradually, Greywing realized that the darkness was giving way to a faint gray light coming from up ahead. At the same time, he began to pick up a strange scent, a strong reek that reminded him of the smell of foxes. Badgers? Though it wasn't quite the same. The fur on his neck and shoulders began to prickle. A few paces further on, the tunnel widened into an open space where the cats could stand side by side and look around. Uh-oh. More than one tunnel led from the center cave where they were. Light was trickling down through small clinks in the roof, the earth held up by a tangle of roots. The floor of the cave was covered with dead leaves and bracken. Greywing wrinkled his nose at the smell.
"This place is yucky," Owl Eyes announced. "I don't like it here."
Jackdaw's Cry gave him a gentle cuff over one ear. "It's your fault for running away from Jagged Peak," he meowed. "What were you told about not leaving camp?" "You can't ignore Greywing's order like that, especially when he's our leader and the most respected cat in camp." Even though Greywing knew that Jackdaw's Cry was trying to make him feel better, guilt gnawed at him even more deeply. Respect? I don't deserve that. But he had the sense to stay silent and not reveal to Owl Eyes how bad he was feeling.
"It was just a bit of fun," Owl Eyes protested, "and I did catch a vole."
"Fun!" Jackdaw's Cry exclaimed. "You bee-brained kit, you!" "That's enough, both of you," Greywing interrupted. "We need to decide which of these tunnels is the best," he went on, gesturing his tail towards the exits from the cave. "I can't wait to get out. This damp air is making my chest hurt even more." But as he led the way across the cave to the nearest tunnel, there was movement inside. Greywing stared as an animal paused in the entrance. It had black fur and a white stripe down the middle of its narrow head, a wet nose, bright beady eyes, and small ears. Its short legs ended in powerful, blunt claws. Greywing froze with a mixture of fear and curiosity. "What's that?" he whispered. "It's called a badger," Tall Shadow replied in a no-nonsense tone. "I remember Shaded Moss telling me about them. He said they live in groups like us, and they're really fierce." "Oh, God." And we just walked into its den, Greywing realized, struggling to think clearly. He could see that they had only one advantage, speed. This great hulking creature couldn't possibly move as fast as a cat. We're trapped down here, but we have to try to get away. The badger heaved itself out of the tunnel and reared up in front of the cats, opening its jaws to show huge yellow teeth. "Run!" Greywing screeched. Making sure that Owl Eyes was following, he raced for the next exit tunnel and plunged into it. Almost at once he had realized he made a mistake. They could only go as fast as his breathing would allow, and that wasn't as fast as he would like. I should have let the others go first. I could have faced the badger when they escaped, but it was too late now. The tunnel was so narrow that the other cats couldn't get past him. Thankfully, he realized that after first few tail links, the tunnel opened up into a network with connecting tunnels on either side. Greywing twisted and turned, hoping to lose the pursuing badger. More clinks in the roof let in enough light for them to see his way. Greywing hesitated at a screech of pain behind him, followed by the sound of a scuffle. Some cat is injured, but there was no way he could get back to help. He had to go on. At last, Greywing spotted an irregular patch of light ahead of him and realized that they had found the way out. He forced a last burst of speed from his paws and tumbled into the open. The heavy rain had turned into a thin drizzle. Though through it, Greywing saw that they were close to the edge of the forest. One of the outlying trees was a few tail lengths away. Checking with a swift glance to make sure all his cats were following, he hurled himself at the tree and clawed his way up to the trunk until he could crouch trembling on a branch, his breathing coming out in great gasps. His denmate joined him and shrank back into the cover of the leaves. Greywing gazed down and saw the badger thrust its striped snout out of the tunnel mouth. It raked its surroundings with a glance from its small, malignant eyes, then let out a grunt and withdrew underground. Tall Shadow let out a gasp of relief. "It's gone!" "Owl Eyes, are you okay?" Greywing asked. The kit was pressing close to him, shaking with fear. Greywing spotted a scratch down one of his back legs. It was slowly oozing blood. "You're hurt!" he exclaimed. "It was you I heard back there."
"It's nothing. I'm fine," Owl Eyes mewed bravely, though his teeth were clattering.
Jackdaw's Claw flexed his claws. "I gave that badger something to think about." Greywing could hardly believe that the kit had been injured while he was still so young. "It's my fault," he thought despairingly. "What sort of leader am I when I can't even protect my own kit?"
It's true. He's having some issues being the leader. He really needs to give Wind
Wind the leadership role for real.
Although I'm guessing what will probably happen is they'll join the clan and then very subtly she'll start taking command. And then eventually he's going to be like, "Yeah, all right. You can take it. Take it from here." The last of the rain stopped and the clouds began to clear. Greywing could see the sun dipping towards the horizon. "I don't think the badger's coming back," he meowed. "We better get back to camp. If we're out here after dark, we'll be in more trouble." Tall Shadow was the first to jump out of the tree. She took the lead as the cats headed back across the moor. Greywing and Owl Eyes brought up the rear. Greywing still struggling for breath and Owl Eyes limping from a scratch. "I'm sorry," Owl Eyes murmured, blinking apologetically at Greywing. "I shouldn't have left the camp on my own like that." Greywing twitched his ears to acknowledge the kit's words, but he didn't have the energy left to speak. He looked up and saw the shape of the high stones outlined against the setting sun. It reminded him of his own more distant memories. "If only I had Stone Teller here to guide me," he thought. "But she's so far away. She can't help me now." As Greywing reached the top of the hollow, he saw his den mates huddled together in the middle of the camp, exchanging anxious meows. Then Rainswept Flower looked up and spotted them. "They're back!" she owled. Instantly, Turtletail raced up the slope, flinging herself at Owl Eyes and covering him with licks. "I'm so angry with you," she mewed. "What were you thinking going off on your own like that? And you're hurt." "I caught a vole," Owl Eyes announced proudly. "I don't want to hear about it." Turtletail nosed her son down into the hollow, and the other cats followed, while their den mates crowded around, questioning them about what had happened. Greywing was still having trouble breathing, so he sat down and let Tall Shadow tell the story.
He noticed Jagged Peak wincing at the mention of their frantic scramble up a tree and knew that the young cat must be remembering his own injury. Pebbleheart and Sparrowfur rushed up to their brother, burying their noses in his fur. Spotting the wound the badger had given Owl Eyes, Pebbleheart began licking it vigorously.
This'll help stop an infection, he declared confidently between licks. You have to keep wounds clean.
How do you know that?
How do you know that? Owl Eyes asked. Cloudspot's told me, the little Tom replied. He's teaching me all about herbs, too. He says when I'm bigger, he'll take me to gather herbs with him and Dapplepelt.
Meanwhile, Greywing realized that Turtletail was giving him a long, hard glance. How could you have allowed this to happen? She asked. This badger could have killed our son. Me? Greywing found himself forgetting his vow to never quarrel with Turtletail. How is it my fault? I went to rescue him. If Owl Eyes hadn't been so disobedient... His voice trailed off. His chest felt tighter than ever, and he found it hard to breathe. He felt himself swaying. The air sparked in front of his eyes. That's it! Turtletail snapped. Through the glitter, Greywing saw her turn to the rest of the cats, and her voice rose above their anxious murmurings. Look at Greywing! Can't you see how he can barely sit upright? Can you all hear the breathing rattling in his chest? He's ill. Seriously ill. Am I the only cat with eyes in my head? Her turtle lashed furiously, and she glared at the rest of the group. If Greywing won't face the truth, I will, she went on. He needs time to recover. He can't lead this group of cats anymore. He can't... A roaring gale sweeping through the forest rose in Greywing's ears until he could no longer hear Turtletail's words. His vision began to fade, and he was faintly aware of his body collapsing to the ground. The world shrank to a tiny dot of light, and then winked out. That's a nice line. The world shrank to a tiny dot of light, and then winked out. Pretty.
Chapter 23.
Thunder pattered through the undergrowth, following Frost and Petal as they patrolled the boundaries of Clear Sky's territory. Clouds covered the patches of sky he could see through the trees. The air was damp and chilly, the ground soggy under paw. He winced at the cold touch of water on his pads. He felt more comfortable with Frost and Petal than most of Clear Sky's other cats, but the other cat's caution had an effect on Thunder. Now he didn't know who to trust either. He couldn't help feeling sorry for Frost, who was still limping from when he trod into a burning branch during the forest fire. The injury wasn't healing as it should, and there was a layer of pain in the White Tom's eyes. As they did so often now, Thunder's thoughts strayed back to the camp on the moor and his life with Greywing. What would he think if he could see me now? The borders made Clear Sky's group feel safe and guarded, but Thunder knew how uncomfortable Greywing was with these perpetual patrols, and that he thought that there was no need to be so rigid about where cats were allowed to hunt. He had heard stories about Petal's brother, Fox, who had attacked Greywing for trespassing. Greywing had defended himself, and Fox had died in the fight. I'm sure Greywing wouldn't have wanted that to happen, Thunder thought. He felt a sudden impulse to question Petal and Frost about that fight, but he realized how stupid that would be. It's none of my business. I'm probably going to get my fur clawed off. Frost, who was in the lead, halted suddenly at the sound of a scuffling in the undergrowth. Thunder's pelt began to prickle as he picked up the scent of a strange cat. He thought he ought to recognize it, but he couldn't remember when he had smelled it before.
Come out, Petal called sternly. We know you're there.
There was a moment's pause before the fern fronds in front of the three cats parted, and a skinny tortoiseshell stumbled out. There was a small moment...
Pumble! Thunder exclaimed. What are you doing here? Aren't you a kitty pet? Shouldn't you be with your two legs?
You know this cat? Petal snapped, looking suspiciously at Thunder. Oh, mouse stung. Now she thinks I'm friends with a kitty pet.
She came to our camp on the moor once, Thunder replied.
I'm not a kitty pet.
Not anymore. Bumble drew herself up proudly. I told the moorland cats that I wasn't going back to the two-leg place, and I didn't. I really didn't. I'm a wild cat now.
Thunder couldn't help notice seen that Bumble was much thinner than when she came to the moorland camp to ask to live there. Her ribs were showing, and for all her proud words, the look in her eyes was desperate, and she seemed a bit too insistent that she hadn't gone back to the two-leg place. Is she trying to convince us that she's wild now, or herself? Thunder wondered. Wild or not, Petal mewed tartly, you can't be here. That's right, Frost added. You're trespassing. This is Clear Sky's territory.
Oh, hold on one second, guys. I was delivered a drink. Hibiscus lemonade. Yummy. I'm gonna open it up and drink it right now. Hello, lovely voice, keep up the great. Thank you, Wakame.
Whoa. This lemonade is like... I can really taste it.
Thank you, Pommy.
The lovely can ASMR, yes. I can like taste the flower in this lemonade. The leaf.
Thank you for the follow, Wakame.
All right. Let's keep going. Bumble hesitated, glancing indignantly from Frost to Petal and then back again.
I can go where I want,
she responded, but there was a betraying quiver in her voice. Frost didn't reply in words, just slid out his claws and took a threatening step forward. Bumble stood up to him for a couple of heartbeats more, trying to puff her chest out bravely, but when Petal snarled, she whipped around and fled. Get out and stay out! Frost yowled as he and Petal raced after her. Thunder stayed where he was as the other three cats vanished into the undergrowth. For a moment, he tracked them by waving fern fronds and a bird that rocketed upwards with a shrill alarm call. Then all was silent. I hope they don't hurt her, he thought apprehensively. Why can't they just let her go? A faint, mournful wail drifted to Thunder's ears, and he recognized Bumble's voice. It didn't sound as if she was injured, just frightened and hurt by the cat's rejection of her. Moments later, Frost and Petal reappeared. We won't have any more trouble from her, Frost meowed with a satisfied whisk of his tail. Right, Petal agreed. She's just a confused kitty pet, that's all. It's not like she's gonna catch anything. The sooner she goes back to her two legs, the better off she'll be. But Thunder couldn't shake off his anxiety. Bumble is so thin now. Maybe we should have helped her. Taking off my Snuggie. Petal let out a contemptuous snort. No cat helped me or my brother when our mother died. We were only kids then. That must have felt very lonely, Thunder mewed. Petal's eyes hardened. It was lonely, until Clear Sky rescued us. I'll never stop being grateful for his help, and if supporting him means defending the boundaries with every tooth and claw I've got, then that's what I'll do. I owe Clear Sky. Let's keep going, Frost grunted. As they headed further along the border, the clouds began to clear away and the sun peeped through. It was already beginning to dip towards the horizon, casting a reddish light into the forest. We better get a move on, Petal murmured, excitement creeping into her voice. Clear Sky will be starting his meeting soon, and we have to be back in camp. Frost's eyes gleamed. Yeah, no way I'm missing that. Hey, Thunder, do you know what it's all about? Thunder shook his head. The first he had heard about the meeting was when Clear Sky had announced it in the morning. Oh, come on, Petal urged him. You're Clear Sky's son. He must have told you something. No, sorry, he didn't. Thunder responded, feeling slightly disappointed that his father hadn't seen it fit to confide in him. He doesn't share his secrets with me. Well, I'll find out in good time. Petal rolled her eyes as if she didn't entirely believe him, but didn't question him any further. What do you think Clear Sky's planning? She asked Frost. Maybe he wants to expand our boundaries? Frost suggested. Wouldn't it be great to get as far as that hollow with the 4 oak trees? Thunder was horrified. That's too far away. How would we ever defend that much territory? And what about all the cats who hunt there now? What would they do? But he was careful to hide his reaction from Frost and Petal. I don't think so, Petal meowed, to Thunder's relief. I think it's more likely that Clear Sky wants to give certain cats more responsibilities. Maybe. Frost sounded dubious. Which one of us, do you think? Petal's gaze grew calculating, and Thunder guessed she was considering the possibilities. Falling Feather and Quickwater have been with Clear Sky from the beginning, she began, but Quickwater is such a scaredy mouse, always moaning about getting her paws wet. Falling Feather's okay, I suppose, but there's nothing special about her. Maybe Leaf, Frost suggested. He's a good hunter. You think? Petal twitched her whiskers dismissively. I think he can't catch a squirrel if it leaped into his paws. Yeah, and if it came to a fight, I can beat him no problem. Frost meowed. You know, if Clear Sky's gonna pick some cat, you and I have a good chance. Better than those useless furballs. Thunder couldn't stand this any longer. Is that really the way you talk about your den mates? He asked, shocked. Frost and Petal both halted and gazed at Thunder with surprise in their eyes. Where have you been living for the last 2 moons? Frost asked. Hasn't your father taught you anything? Every cat knows that we all have a place in the camp, and that place depends on how much Clear Sky likes us. He made it quite clear from when he first moved into the forest. His opinion is final. Thunder shook his head, completely bewildered. I thought... He doesn't need to understand all that, Petal interrupted with a spiteful tone in her voice. As Clear Sky's own son, he goes straight to the top. When she finished speaking, there was a flicker of movement just ahead, and a mouse appeared from a shelter of a dead leaf. Without waiting for Thunder to respond, Petal hurled off to chase it. Which cat named her Petal? Thunder wondered. There's nothing soft about her. Coming to the end of the patrol, the cats set out back towards the camp. Thunder brought up the rear, not wanting to listen to Frost and Petal talking anymore. He had only taken a few paw steps when he heard a faint rustle behind him. Glancing over his shoulder, he spotted yellow eyes peering out from under a bush. A heartbeat later, the cat emerged, a she-cat with a wiry brown pelt who crossed the border without hesitation and stood with her ears pricked and her jaws open as if she was searching for prey. Wind! Thunder realized that the she-cat hadn't noticed him. He was partly screened from her by the edge of the bramble thicket. He knew that he ought to chase her off, but he remembered how friendly and helpful she had been to the moorland cats. He didn't want to turn her into an enemy. Hesitating with one paw frozen in midair, Thunder hoped that Wind would just stroll away again, and there would be no reason for a scene. Frost and Petal won't take her trespassing as lightly as they did Bumble's, and she won't be as easy to scare off. Before Thunder could make up his mind, Frost dashed ahead, shouldering him out of the way, and confronted Wind. Get out of here, he snarled. For all his bravado, Thunder could see that Frost was wincing from the pain of his wound. He'd do better to be kinder to other cats, he thought. He's not exactly ready for a fight. Wind didn't budge a single paw, but gave Frost a disdainful stare. You've crossed our boundary, flea pelt, Frost snarled. Get off our territory. The other cat widened her eyes and gazed around her with an elaborate pretense of confusion. My name is Windrunner, she meowed, and I've lived here long before any of you newcomers showed up. I think you should be the one to get out of my way. Her cool tones clearly infuriated Frost. With a growl of rage, he flung himself on top of Windrunner, and the 2 cats rolled over and over on the forest floor in a hissing, clawing tangle of fur. Thunder started forward a couple paw steps and stopped, not sure what he wanted to do. He saw that Petal had come up too and was watching the fight with steady green eyes. Thunder guessed she would join it if Frost seemed to be getting the worst of it. But there was no real need for Petal to interfere. Frost, who was bigger and more powerful, soon had Windrunner pinned underneath his body. Thunder tried to hide his surprise. Frost's injuries hadn't stopped him from being a formidable fighter. Windrunner's eyes rolled into her head. As she gazed at Thunder, who stood watching helplessly, he had no doubt what message she was trying to send. Help me! But Thunder was conscious of Petal watching him across the fighting cats' bodies. He knew that she would report any betrayal to Clear Sky. Windrunner saved him from having to decide. Twisting her neck, she sank her teeth into the big white Tom's paws. With a hiss of shock and the unexpected pain, Frost pulled away, giving Windrunner the chance to wriggle free. Petal started forward, but within a heartbeat, oh my god, her name now is such a tongue twister for me. Windrunner had vanished down a nearby rabbit hole. Thunder felt relief wash over him. She'll escape through the tunnels. She'll be fine. But the feeling didn't last long. Both Frost and Petal rounded on him, standing shoulder to shoulder. You saw that cat, Frost accused him. Why didn't you attack sooner? Yeah, why are you even on a patrol if you won't guard the borders? Petal demanded. Thunder didn't try to defend himself. He could easily imagine a fight developing, and he didn't want an account of the incident getting back to Clear Sky. Maybe if I let it go, they won't say anything. Petal and Frost glared at him for a moment longer. Then Petal gave a snort of disgust. Come on, let's get back. We don't want to miss Clear Sky's announcement. She turned and padded off with Frost beside her. Feeling thoroughly depressed, Thunder followed. Darkness had fallen over the camp. Thunder sat unobtrusive in the shelter of a bramble thicket, while the rest of Clear Sky's group, fluid shadows in the black night, gathered around the pool in the center of the clearing. The air tingled with excitement as the cats murmured together, speculating about the reasons for the meeting. At last, when Thunder thought he couldn't endure waiting a heartbeat longer, Clear Sky leaped onto the tree stump from which he usually addressed the group and surveyed his cats. His eyes glittered in the moonlight, and his gray pelt shone with a silvery gleam. Thunder drew in a sharp breath, in awe of his father, who stood above every cat with such authority. Clear Sky waited until the murmuring voices had sunk into silence. Greetings, everyone, he began. I have called you here tonight because I have decided it's time to adjust our territory lines. Thunder heard a few cats gasp with surprise. His belly stirred uneasily. What does he mean by that? The forest fire has made hunting harder than ever, Clear Sky continued. It's my duty as your leader to make sure that no cat goes hungry. A pained look crossed his face as he added, I would never forgive myself. Thunder heard one or two cats let out mews of sympathy. Frost raised his head and called out, You have nothing to forgive yourself for, Clear Sky. Tell us what to do. Clear Sky dipped his head in acknowledgement. Thank you, Frost. Your loyalty means a great deal to me. Thunder was feeling even more uneasy, as if ants were crawling all through his pelt. He talks about adjusting the borders, but I know he means to expand them. Thunder blinked unhappily. Why am I doubting him? He's my father. Thunder glanced around at the other cats to see if any of them shared his discomfort. The gaze of every cat was fixed on their leader. Only Quickwater met Thunder's glance and then quickly looked away. The territory adjustments will begin first thing tomorrow, Clear Sky continued. At dawn, I will personally summon the cats I have chosen to help me on this first expedition. From now, you should all get a good night's sleep. Who knows what lies ahead of us? Excited mewing broke out again as the cats moved away to their resting places. Clear Sky remained on the tree stump until the gathering had broken up. Then he beckoned with his tail. Thunder, over here! Surprised and a little intimidated, Thunder sprang to his paws and bounded across the clearing to the stump. Clear Sky leaped down to meet him. Come with me, he meowed. He led the way to a sheltered spot among the roots of an oak tree just outside the camp. Glancing around to make sure they weren't overheard, he continued. Thunder, there's a reason why I've been taking you out in the mornings for training. I want you to be part of the first group that sets out at dawn to mark the new borders. Thunder couldn't help himself from gaping. Me? His father nodded. I'm calling on you to do your duty. It's a great honor. Are you up to it? Thunder felt as if he was being torn in two. He wasn't sure if it was right to expand the territory, and yet he wanted desperately to prove himself to his father. I know the forest needs some time to recover from the fire, he stammered, but I haven't seen any cats struggling to find something to eat. Clear Sky turned his head away with that same look of anguish. Thunder waited, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, until his father returned his attention to him, looking deep into his eyes. Thunder tried not to shrink beneath that brilliant blue gaze. Of course, you can't see the signs of starvation, Clear Sky explained patiently. You've never had to struggle for food. You can't possibly recognize the slow, cruel process of hunger. Yo, he is so good at manipulating. But Thunder tried to interrupt, knowing perfectly well how easy it was to find prey, and how hunting patrols never came back empty-pawed. Clear Sky ignored his interruption. I know it only too well, from my time in the mountains, he continued. One day a cat looks healthy, and then after a few sunrises you can count their ribs. I've already seen some of the early warning signs. He dug his claws hard into the ground. I won't let the mountain tragedies of hunger visit any of my cats. Thunder saw how deeply moved his father was, and regretted that he had ever questioned him. We've only been together for 2 months, he thought. I have to learn to trust his judgment. Of course I'll come with you tomorrow, he meowed, trying to sound excited. I'll do everything I can do to help. Clear Sky dipped his head and touched Thunder's ear briefly with his nose. Then we'll meet at dawn. You will be the first cat to mark the new territory boundary. Clear Sky, holy moly. Sometimes he talks and I'm like, you sound like a cult leader, dude. The way that you're talking right now, it's too much. Too much. Oh, the death makes him crazy. Don't expect redemption. I feel like I wouldn't get redemption. At this point, I don't want redemption. He's just so... He's so much. I don't like him. He was okay at the beginning when he was like bright-eyed, but all of a sudden he feels like he's an entirely different cat, which I guess is the purpose, but dang. Chapter 24. White mist curled through the trees, drenching the grass and undergrowth and striking a chill across Thunder's pelt as he padded through the camp. Clear Sky was waiting for him at the edge of the clearing, his gaze distant, fixed on somebody only he could see. A deeper cold invaded Thunder's body, as if all the blood in his veins were turning to ice. What is my father planning? As Thunder reached his father's side, Clear Sky acknowledged his presence with a nod, but made no move to leave. Thunder sat silently beside him, embarrassment flooding over him as he shifted on his haunches as his belly rumbled with morning hunger. A heartbeat later, a rustle of long grass announced the arrival of Petal. Good, Clear Sky meowed. Let's go. He led the way out of camp and through the trees, heading in the direction of the clearing with the 4 oak trees. Will he try to include that in his territory? Thunder wondered as they crossed the old boundary. But Clear Sky halted at the edge of the stream, still far short of the 4 oaks, its banks edged with lush growth on ferns and brambles. This will be our new boundary, he announced. Thunder, you may have the honor of setting the first scent markers. Thunder heard a derisive snort from Petal, as though she thought the honor should have been hers, but he forced himself not to react. Relieved that for once his task didn't involve fighting, Thunder began working his way along the bank of the stream, setting the markers as he went. Soon he came to a large bramble thicket that grew so close to the water's edge, he had to circle around it to set the markers on the landward side. Clear Sky let out a hiss of annoyance. Can't you get any closer to the stream? He asked. Yes, if I want the thorns to tear my pelt off, Thunder thought, but didn't dare say so out loud. Okay, he began, only to break off as a gray and white she-cat leaped out of the thicket in front of him, her lips drawn back in a snarl. Get out of here, dung face, she spat. For a heartbeat, Thunder stared at her, too taken aback by her aggressive stance to react at all. Well, Clear Sky growled from behind him. What are you waiting for? Do what you have to do. Thunder crouched to spring, but in the same heartbeat, the gray and white cat swiped him hard across the side of his head, throwing him off balance. His ears rang with the force of the blow as he scrambled to regain his paws. A hot flash of humiliation passed through him. Leave this to me, Petal snarled, diving past him. I know this cat. She flung herself on the gray and white she-cat, and the two of them rolled over together at the edge of the thicket, spitting and clawing at each other, paws and tails flailing. The forest echoed with their furious screeches. Thunder managed to stand at last and gave his pelt a shake. He knew he should help Petal, but the two she-cats were locked so closely together that if he had tried to strike, he would have risked injuring his den mate. He started to pad forward, uncertainly, until a voice made him freeze. "Don't," Clear Sky meowed. "This isn't your fight." Thunder's father was watching the skirmish from a couple tail lengths away. He looked calm, as if he was used to seeing cats grappling together with such ferocity. "Petal has a history with this cat," he explained after a moment. "Her name is Misty. When Petal and her brother were kits and their mother died, they asked Misty for help and she refused. Petal has never forgotten that." "I can't blame her," Thunder murmured. "I might have been a kit I might have been that kit if it hadn't been for Greywing." Meanwhile, Petal had managed to pin her opponent down. Misty writhed under her paws, her green eyes glaring in rage. Both cats were bleeding from scratches along their sides, and blood was trickling down Misty's muzzle. "This is our territory now," Petal hissed. "Get out of here, and no cat will hurt you." "No chance, mange pelt," Misty snarled. Heaving herself up, she threw Petal off and jumped on top of her. Her teeth snapped as they met Petal's ear. Petal let out a shriek, lashing out with her hind paws, but she couldn't make contact. "Fox stung!" Clear Sky bounded forward and flung himself into the battle, thrusting Misty aside so that she let go of Petal. Between them, they pinned Misty down again, with Petal laying across her hindquarters, and Clear Sky kept one paw clamped on her shoulder while the other was raised to strike her throat. "Give her a chance to leave!" Thunder gasped before the killing blow could fall. Clear Sky flicked him a gaze. "She had the chance. Will you leave quietly?" he asked Misty. "Never!" the gray and white she-cat replied. She surged upward, her teeth bared, and the claws of one of her free paw aimed at Clear Sky's face. But Clear Sky was faster. His claws tore at her throat and sank deeply through her pelt. Blood gushed out, bubbling as Misty tried to yowl the last few words. Then she fell back, limp, her body splattering over the grass and brambles. Okay. Wait, it was 9, right? Okay.
Yay! Double digits! Welcome, May. This is for cozy just to make... Yeah! Protect voice good. Thank you, May. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Super cozy cat just dies. Let's see. Oh, she's gonna die. Never! I mean, I guess she was... Maybe she just... I don't even know what was going on in her head. Pride? Something? But she was up against... She had 3 cats there and she didn't back away. There was no way she would think... There's no way she would think that she could beat all 3 of them. That's a little crazy for her. Clear Sky stepped back. Cat death might not be cozy. Yeah.
Thank you for the follow, barcode.
Clear Sky stepped back. "Stupid flea pelt," he meowed. "If she hadn't been so stubborn, she wouldn't have had to die." In spite of his harsh words, he sounded as if he genuinely regretted the she-cat's death. He glanced at Petal, who had risen to her paws and was shaking bits of debris out of her fur. "You fought well," he told her with an approving flick of his tail. "Now she has finally paid for what she did to you and Fox." Petal made no response except for a curt nod. Thunder forced himself not to flinch as his father turned and padded up to him. "Does he think I'm a coward because I didn't join in the fight? I would have helped Petal if he hadn't have stopped me." But to his surprise, Clear Sky's eyes were shining as he spoke. "Congratulations. You showed compassion when Misty was defeated. That takes spirit, the spirit of a leader." He patted around Thunder, inspecting him closely. making Thunder feel nervous rather than relieved that his father wasn't angry. I see so much of you in me. Oh, wait, I see so much of me in you, Clear Sky meowed. Thunder felt every hair on his pelt begin to rise with the tension. Why does it feel like he's threatening me? Craywing trained you well, Clear Sky continued, coming to stand in front of Thunder, but I will make you a leader. You've shown promise today. Now, let's get on with marking the new boundary. Petal, he added, pointing with his tail. You can go that way. Right. Petal bounded off upstream without a backward glance at her enemy's body. As he padded over the bramble thicket and started to look for a way down to the bank of the stream, Thunder struggled to feel pleased by his father's praise. How many more cats will have to die before Clear Sky is satisfied?
He will never be satisfied.
As he was wriggling through the outer tendrils of the thicket, he heard a faint squeaking that came from further inside. Mice, he thought hopefully, his belly rumbling again to remind him that he hadn't eaten this morning. Surely Clear Sky won't mind if we stop for a moment for a hunt or two. Though Thunder tasted the air in an attempt to pinpoint his prey, everything was blotted out by the reek of Misty's blood. But he could still hear the squeaking, so he pushed his way through the brambles towards it. A couple of heartbeats later, he halted, his heart beginning to pound uncomfortably. Lying in a nest of bracken among the brambles.
Oh! She was protecting a nest!
Their tiny jaws gaping as they let out shrill cries were two tiny kits. Their eyes were open, but Thunder could see that they were still very young. So that's why Misty fought so fiercely, he thought, and that's why she wouldn't leave. She was protecting her kits, and now we've killed their mother. Thunder cleared his throat. Clear Sky, he called. You have to come see this. There was a rustling beside him, and a moment later, Clear Sky pushed up beside him. This had better been worth a pelt full of thorns, he grumbled. Or I'll... He broke off, staring. Oh, mouse tongue, he mewed softly. What are we going to do? Thunder asked. The pitiful cries of the kits were piercing his heart. For a moment, Clear Sky didn't respond. Then he stepped forward, stooping over the kits. We'd better get them out of here at least, he meowed, picking up the closest kit by the scruff. She was a gray and white she-cat, just like her mother, Misty, and she waved her paws frantically in the air as Clear Sky carried her off. Thunder picked up the second kit, a ginger tom, and backed carefully out of the thicket, making sure that the thorns didn't snag on the little one's pelt. When he emerged into the open, Clear Sky already set the she-cat down and was gazing at her with a somber expression. Thunder put the little ginger tom down beside his littermate. The two kits huddled together on the grass, letting out shrill, frightened mews. We can't leave them here. They'll die, Thunder mewed, positioning himself between the kits and Misty so that they wouldn't see their mother's body. Before Clear Sky could reply, Petal came bounding up from setting scent markers further upstream. What have you got there? She asked. Clear Sky's only reply was a wave at his tail. Misty had kits. Petal's voice was shocked. So that's why she fought so hard. She added more thoughtfully. She was brave. This is crazy because now this is exactly what happened to Petal and Fox. History repeats itself. Two kids left alone because the mom was fighting, and now Petal's the one that killed the mom. Oh, I guess Clear Skies, but still. Thunder could see deep distress in Clear Sky's blue eyes. They'll die without their mother. He mewed. Perhaps we should kill them quickly so that they don't suffer. No! Thunder let out a yowl of protest. Then what do you suggest? Clear Sky asked. There's no she-cat with milk that I know of. Petal stepped forward, placing herself between the kits and Clear Sky. I will look after them, she asserted. Clear Sky stared at her. But Misty was the cat who rejected you and Fox when you were kits. And now Misty is dead, Petal retorted. These kits haven't done me any harm. I'll take care of them, because I know what it feels like to be a helpless kit with no cat to give me food or warmth or teach me how to live. Thunder gazed wonderingly at the yellow tabby she-cat. He had always thought of Petal as hard-bitten perhaps because of her brother Fox's death. He would never have expected her to show so much compassion for the kits of her enemy. I'll help you, he blurted out. I'll hunt for you while you look after the kits. Petal dipped her head. Thank you. You can help me now by carrying one of them back to camp. Stooping over the squirming, terrified kit, she murmured, Don't be afraid, little ones. You shall soon have a warm nest and something to eat. She picked up the little she-cat, her teeth meeting gently in her scruff, and headed for the camp without a backward glance at Clear Sky. Thunder hesitated, not knowing how his father would react. But Clear Sky merely shrugged. Go on, he meowed to Thunder. Do as she says. Thunder picked up the tiny ginger tom and followed Petal. As he brushed through the undergrowth, keeping the soft waving paws just clear of the grass, he couldn't rid his mind of the picture of Misty, lying dead with her blood pooling around her. She didn't have to die, he thought sorrowfully. Clear Sky doesn't need all this territory. If we hadn't come here, none of this would have happened. And would he really have killed these kids if Petal hadn't offered to take them? Horror filled Thunder, a cold, creeping fungus, as he realized he didn't know the answer to that question. Yikes. That's rough. Chapter 25. Greywing stretched luxuriously. Greywing stretched luxuriously in his nest of moss and bracken and finished the last mouthfuls of the portion of young hare Hawksswoop had brought him. The sun was rising over the moor and he let the warm rays soak into his pelt. The sky was a pale clear blue, with scarcely a wisp of cloud. The cats are doing a fantastic job pulling together while I'm ill, he thought, and they're being so good to me. If only it didn't make me feel so useless. He spotted Lightning Tail dragging a rabbit across the camp towards him, and reflected on what a fine hunter the young cat was becoming, but he can hardly manage the weight of his prey. Raising to his paws, Greywing padded over to Lightning Tail and helped him carry the rabbit onto the center of the camp, where most of the cats were gathering around prey brought in by Rainswept Flower and Shattered Ice. All of them drew back and let him eat first. Oh, go ahead, Greywing meowed, gesturing towards the rabbit with its tail. I've already eaten. The portion of the hare was all he could manage. His appetite still hadn't returned, although it had been several days since the badger attack. As Acorn Fur wriggled into the group beside her brother and the rest of the cats tucked in, Greywing noticed that Turtletail was watching him from the other side of the camp. He had never seen her so angry or upset as when he came back to the camp with Owl Eyes. She said I wasn't fit to lead, and she was right. She was only now beginning to soften towards him again. Fresh misery pulsed through Greywing. I never meant to make Turtletail unhappy. Then he gave his pelt a shake, forcing himself to be more hopeful. His breathing had been much better since he had been forced to rest. Soon I'll be chasing mice again, and I know Turtletail was only angry because she cares about me. As he let his gaze rest on Turtletail, Greywing felt a small paw prodding him in the side. He looked down to see Pebbleheart standing beside him, his eyes wide and troubled. What's the matter? Greywing asked him. The kid pressed against his side. Greywing could feel him shivering. I had another dream, he whispered. What kind of dream? Greywing let his tail rest gently over Pebbleheart's shoulders. Was it the fight again? Or the long dark tunnel? Pebbleheart shook his head. No, worse than that. There's something bad at the edge of the forest. Something very bad. I think some cat ought to go and look. Puzzled, Greywing studied his son. The kid obviously believed every word he was saying, but Greywing wasn't sure he could ask cats to go and investigate, so close to Clear Sky's territory on the basis of a kit's dream. Did you see anything? He began, only to break off as Windrunner raced over the top of the hollow with Gorsefur at her shoulder. She bounded down into the hollow and scampered up onto the tall rock. The other cats slowly gathered around her. Jagged Peak was gazing at her with hero worship in his eyes. Ever since Owl Eyes had run off, Jagged Peak had kept his distance from the kits. As Greywing watched, Tall Shadow padded over and sat beside him, neatly curling her tail over her forepaws. Pebbleheart drew back a pace to let the two senior cats talk in private. Windrunner's voice suddenly rang out over the camp. Can all cats gather round the tall rock for a meeting? Greywing felt a twinge of anxiety in his pads. Since when is Windrunner called meetings instead of me or Tall Shadow? And since when did all the cats obey her like this? Lightning Tail and Acorn Fur bounded eagerly across the camp. Hawk Swoop and Jackdaw's Cry were close behind them and sat next to the kits. Shattered Ice hesitated as if he was wondering whether to answer the summons, then stalked forward to join Cloudspots and Dapplepelt. Greywing slowly followed. He was painfully aware of the other cats waiting for him to arrive and settle down, but his legs still felt shaky and he couldn't go any further. Jagged Peak was sitting at the base of the rock. Turtletail was close to him, and Greywing noticed that she was giving Windrunner a long, hard stare. Oh no, Turtletail, please don't cause a scene. I know Windrunner is pushy, but she looks as if she has something important to say. As Greywing reached the group of cats, Windrunner gave her pelt a shake as if she was saying, "At last! Now we can get on." Greywing noticed that some of the cats were glancing uncertainty from him to Tall Shadow and then to Greywing, as if they weren't sure which cat was in charge. Rainswept Flower and Cloudspots looked particularly unhappy. Tall Shadow glanced away, refusing to meet their gaze. Okay, Greywing thought, if she's not going to assert herself, then I will. Thanks so much, Tall Shadow. Thank you for gathering us, Windrunner. He meowed. What's new? What's news? What news? He hoped that he sounded more confident than he felt. I never asked to become leader, he thought, but now that Windrunner is pushing herself to the top, Greywing realized with a jolt that he didn't want to let go of all he'd achieved. No rogue cat is going to come in and usurp me. Greywing hadn't joined the cat's journey out of the mountains just to lie down and let another cat stomp heavy pawed over everything he'd done. Windrunner dipped her head respectfully to him. Hunting has become more and more difficult, she replied. As you know, Clear Sky's defending his territory fiercely and is using guards. I crossed over to Clear Sky's territory and I was challenged by his cats. When I told him I'd been here far longer than any of them, I was viciously attacked. Look at this. She held up one forepaw, and Greywing saw that part of her fur had been ripped off. Gasps of shock rose from the other cats at the sight of it. Who did that to you? Jagged Peak demanded, his pelt bristling. Who? Frost, one of Clear Sky's guards, Windrunner answered. I had to escape down a hole, as if I were a rabbit. But there's more. She hesitated, looking at Greywing. Go on, Greywing responded, feeling his pads prickle with apprehension. Tell us everything. Well, Windrunner seemed reluctant, glancing nervously around the group while her claws scraped the surface of the rock. Thunder was in the group of guards, along with Petal. He stood back and watched while Frost attacked me. No, not Thunder! Hawk Swoop gasped. This is bad, Tall Shadow murmured. Turtletail was staring right at Greywing. He felt himself stagger to one side and then sink to the ground, his vision blurring for a heartbeat. Thunder. The kid I brought up as my own son. He's becoming one of them. Greywing remembered his fight with Fox, the fight that had finally torn Greywing and Clear Sky apart. He regretted killing Fox, but he still believed that he had been given no choice when the huge Tom attacked them. He felt as if all the blood in his veins had turned to ice when he thought of Thunder becoming such cat. But what choice would he have now that he's joined Clear Sky? Greywing glanced around and realized that all his denmates were looking at him, waiting to hear what he would say. Only Turtletail turned towards Windrunner. Are you sure? She asked. It's so hard to believe that Thunder... If you don't believe me, Windrunner interrupted, perhaps you'd like to see where Gorsefur and I buried Misty. Who's Misty? Greywing felt his apprehension growing at the mention of another dead cat, but he made himself keep quiet and let Windrunner tell her story. Misty was a rogue, a grey and white she-cat, Windrunner began. She lived mostly at the edge of the forest. Gorsefur and I found her body. She had terrible wounds along her sides and across her belly, and there was blood everywhere. Clear Sky's scent marks were there, too, and Thunder's. He's expanded his territory once again, Gorsefur added, raising his voice to make himself heard above the horrified exclamations from the other cats. And this time he had to kill a cat to do it. Screeches of outrage and distress rose from the other cats. Jackdaw's Cry and Shattered Ice leaped to their paws and began to pat around, quickly joined by Rainswept Flower and Dapplepelt. Shocked and appalled, the cats huddled together in small groups. The meeting was beginning to break up in disorder. Wait! There's more! Windrunner yowled, raising her tail for silence. Misty had 2 kits. Gorsefur and I searched all around Misty's nest, but we couldn't find them. They were gone. Either Clear Sky killed them too, or they wandered off when their mother was killed, and they're far too young to survive alone. I like that she didn't even consider that they could take it. They would have taken them in. Don't you see? She went on, her voice tight with fury. Clear Sky's extending his territory, and he doesn't care what he does to make it happen. If we don't act fast, we'll lose everything we've ever had. We can't trust any cat, not even Thunder. Everything we've ever had? Windrunner's words jolted Greywing. Since when did Windrunner help us escape from the mountains or set up this camp? He sat in stunned silence as exclamations of pity and outrage erupted all around him. Killing kits! That's the worst he's ever done, Turtletail exclaimed. And what are we gonna do? Shattered Ice asked, desperately trying to shut out the sounds of panic and rage. Greywing turned to Pebbleheart, who had followed him to the rock and was crouching close to his side again. Is this the bad thing in your dream? He asked. Pebbleheart's eyes were filled with horror at what he had heard, but he looked puzzled, too. No, he responded. I'm not sure, but I don't think the bad thing has happened yet. Greywing shook his head in confusion. He wanted to believe the kid, but he couldn't imagine what Pebbleheart's dream might have meant if it wasn't about the death of a she-cat and her kits. Another bad thing in the forest. Where will it end? When Greywing had been talking to Pebbleheart, the caterwauling had died away. Jackdaw's Cry's voice rang out strongly. We need a leader! Greywing looked up to realize that the cats were all focused on Windrunner, who was still standing on top of the rock. Even Tall Shadow was glancing uncertainly from Greywing to the brown she-cat. Greywing wasn't sure what to do. He was acutely aware that he still hadn't recovered completely from his illness, and Tall Shadow was staying on the outskirts of the group, clearly unwilling to take the leadership again. But do we really want Windrunner as our leader? A cat who was a rogue until a few sunrises ago? Oh, so they did technically invite them in. Tall Shadow is very interesting. A very interesting cat. She's like no business kind of cat, you know? She's not gonna stand for anything. She's gonna step up, she's gonna do it. Once she makes up her mind, she has all like this wisdom from her whole life, so she's confident in herself, she's confident in her choices and her decisions, and she stands by them no matter what. So, and like clearly she's around a whole bunch of other cats that aren't as experienced as her. So when she suggests something, they're like, wait, she's right. So it's kind of like, you know, giving her a little bit of a power trip. She's still being respectful, but also very pushy. He cleared his throat. Tall Shadow, what do you... he began. Windrunner interrupted him, speaking to all the cats who were gathered around her. She wasn't even looking at Greywing. I suggest taking a patrol to talk to Clear Sky, she meowed. We need to find out what happened to those kids. Yowls of agreement came from the surrounding cats. If he killed them, I'll rip his pelt off, Shattered Ice threatened, digging his claws into the ground. I'll help you, Jackdaw's Cry agreed. Greywing knew that he had to take control. Good idea, Windrunner, he mewed, raising to his paws. Will you and Gorsfor come with me? And I'll take Turtletail and Cloudspots too. Turning to Shattered Ice and Jackdaw's Cry, he added, not you two. There'll be no pelt ripping until we found out exactly what's going on. We know what's going on, Shattered Ice growled, but to Greywing's relief, neither he nor Jackdaw's Cry challenged his decisions. Good, you insisted on making me the leader, so let me lead. Greywing bent his head to speak quietly to Pebbleheart. I'll keep an eye out for the bad thing. Now find your brother and sister and don't worry. I'll look after them, Rainswept Flower meowed, sweeping her tail around Pebbleheart and leading them away. Good luck, Greywing. Turtletail followed for a few paces. Goodbye, kits, she mewed, touching them each on the head with her nose. Behave yourself for Rainswept Flower. I'll be back soon. Then she turned and hurried back to Greywing. Greywing glanced around at the cats in his patrol. They were all pressing closely around him, their eyes eager. Right, he snapped. Let's go. Let's go! The sun was rising higher as Greywing led his cats across the moor. Ahead of them, the forest was a rustling green wall. The breeze carried scents of heavy green growth and prey. Once he got going, setting the pace at a steady slope, Greywing found that his breathing was easy and he didn't have any pain in his chest. Maybe I'm really over this at last, he mewed to Turtletail. His mate twitched her ears. Oh, first time it's called mate. Let's hope so, but don't you dare hide it from me again. Greywing was leading his patrol towards the edge of the forest nearest to Clear Sky's camp. As they drew closer, his senses were alert for anything that might explain Pebbleheart's dream. I trust him, he realized. Pebbleheart is going to be an extraordinary cat. They passed the first of the outlying trees and plunged into the undergrowth. As lush ferns brushed against his pelt, Greywing was watching for any signs of Clear Sky's guards, but nothing halted their progress until an eerie shriek rose up in front of them, splitting the peaceful morning air. That was a cat! Turtletail gasped. This way! Windrunner took the lead, racing towards the sound. The shriek wasn't repeated, but as he bounded after Windrunner, Greywing could hear the faint noise of a cat in pain. He began to pick up the scent of fox. Is this Pebbleheart's bad thing? He asked himself. Fear of what he was going to find throbbed within his heart. Windrunner led the way between two oak trees and vanished into a clump of ferns. As the patrol burst through after her, Greywing found himself in a small clearing. In the middle of a circle of trampled grass, a skinny tortoiseshell cat lay splayed out, blood trickling from a wound all over her body. Wounds all over her body. Bumble! Turtletail exclaimed. Oh no! Outstripping Windrunner and Greywing, Turtletail raced across the clearing and flung herself down beside her friend. Bumble, we're here now, she mewed, pressing her nose against Bumble's shoulder. We'll help you. Greywing and the others padded across to stand beside the injured cat. The reek of fox was overwhelming now, drowning all other scents. Bumble's eyes were half closed and her breath came in shallow pants. Her glazed eyes were fixed on Turtletail. Cloudspot pushed forward and began to examine Bumble's wounds. Greywing could see that there were slits down her belly and sides that were slowly leaking blood. Though he didn't have Cloudspot's skills, Greywing guessed that none of the wounds alone would have killed her. But there were so many, and she was losing so much blood. It was clear she was dying. Cloudspots looked up at him and gave a tiny shake of his head, confirming what Greywing already knew. There's nothing I can do, he murmured. This is beyond the power of any healing herbs. Turtletail shot him a grief-stricken look and began licking her friend's wounds with a soothing murmur as if she were tending to her kits. Greywing bent his head close to Bumble's. Who did this to you? He asked. Was it a fox? Bumble opened her jaws to reply, but she was so weak that only a faint sigh came out. I'm picking up another scent here, Cloudspots muttered. Another cat. Greywing tasted the air carefully, trying to distinguish other scents beyond the stink of fox. At once he realized that Cloudspots was right. Horror and disbelief broke over him like an avalanche of snow as he recognized the cat's scent that clung to Bumble's fur. Clear Sky, he gasped. Yes, this is Pebbleheart's bad thing, no question. Cloudspot's eyes widened and he took another sniff. You're right, he meowed. I know you're right, and I still can't believe it. I can, Windrunner responded grimly. She began to sniff around the circle of trampled grass. It looks like as if there was a fight here. Oh, so Clear Sky did this to Bumble. So Clear Sky did this to Bumble. There was a sick look in Gorsfur's eyes. She's just a poor, pathetic kitty pet. Don't insult her! She's already dead! And dying! She's just a poor, pathetic kitty pet. What could she have done to deserve this? Maybe he didn't. Greywing protested, desperate to believe that his brother could be innocent. There's all this fox that... Don't try to defend him, Turtletail interrupted, springing to her paws. Which cat has been determined to expand his territory? Never mind who gets hurt. Clear Sky! And now he's attacked poor Bumble. Her voice choked and she crouched beside her friend again. Bumble opened her jaws again, and this time she managed to speak, her voice a faint tendril of sound. This was my fault. I was so hungry, I couldn't think straight. I was stupid. I should have never hunted here. Her voice grew shaky, blood pumping from her wound. Cat was only... I was only warning her. A new, incisive voice interrupted. Greywing sprung around to see a cat half hidden among the leaves of a tree at the edge of the clearing. He narrowed his eyes, trying to make out who it was. Then he stiffened as Clear Sky jumped down and paced forward towards the other cats, his eyes glaring a challenge to attack. Even with Bumble dying beside him, Greywing couldn't help admire his brother's bravery. What other cat would leap into the midst of a hostile group? Misty? Greywing was acutely aware of the other cats around him, all of them waiting for him to take control. Do you know anything about this, Clear Sky? He demanded, his voice cracking as he forced the words out. Did you injure Bumble? Or do you know who did? And what about Misty's kits? Windrunner snarled with a lash of her tail. Did you kill them? Clear Sky was prowling around the group, his gaze shifting from cat to cat. His eyes showed mingling guilt and horror as he looked at Bumble. When Greywing thought that he would have let out a screech to break the tense silence, his brother finally spoke. Hello to you too. He paused and gave Greywing a long, hard look. Greywing felt as though his belly was shrinking under his brother's gaze, a gaze that seemed to accuse him of betrayal. Petal is caring for Misty's kits, Clear Sky went on. They're fine. As for this cat, he angled his ears towards the dying Bumble. What do you think? He looked around the group, and now it was impossible to read his expression. Do you believe I'm capable of this? Greywing's den mates all eyed one another nervously, as if none of them wanted to be the first to answer. Taking a deep breath, Greywing drew himself up. No, he meowed. I don't believe it. Hisses of outrage clearly are. We saw you kill! So crazy. Hisses of outrage came from Windrunner and Gorsefur. Greywing felt movement beside him and saw Turtletail had stepped up to his shoulder. I do, she growled, her neck fur fluffed up. I believe you could do this. Since I returned to the moor, I've heard nothing but horrible stories about the way you treat other cats. You're power mad, Clear Sky. You don't care who you hurt to get what you want, and now you're not the cat I came down from the mountains with. She swished her tail to and fro. You're an apology for a cat. The group exploded into yowls of agreement, pacing back and forth with their claws extended and their shoulder fur bristling, as if all their anger and hurt had burst out somehow. Windrunner glared at Greywing. Well, leader, what do we do now? Every muscle in Greywing's body tensed with anxiety. If I let them know with one twitch of whisker that I doubt Clear Sky, they'll attack. He'll be torn apart. But he's my brother, and if we do that, we're no better than he is. The life we've tried to build will be over. He stepped forward between Clear Sky and his own cats, not sure which of them he was trying to protect. Get out of here, Clear Sky, he ordered. Clear Sky's eyes widened. Then you believe I'm innocent? His words gave Greywing a tiny clink of hope. If you didn't harm Bumble, who did? He asked, if only Clear Sky can explain. This kitty pet was hunting here, in the new part of my territory, Clear Sky began, speaking more quickly now, as if he was glad of the chance to tell the others what had happened. Greywing heard a low growl from Windrunner, but to his relief, she didn't interrupt. This is no time to start arguing about boundaries. I wanted to give her a warning, Clear Sky went on. Nothing too painful, just a little cuff around her kitty pet ear. How was I to know she was so weak from hunger that she would faint? But I could see her paws twitching, and I knew she would come around soon. So I left her and headed back to camp. He paused, wincing. Then I heard a fox bark, and I ran back, but I was too late. I was going to help her when I heard you all arrive. Liar! Turtletail spat out the word, shouldering Greywing out of the way to confront Clear Sky. Her back was arched and her pelt bristling with fury. Clear Sky faced her, his lips drawn back in a snarl. I won't be spoken to like that! For a moment, he locked his gaze with Greywing, silently challenging him to speak in his defense. What can I say? Greywing asked himself, staring at the furious cats. I'll only make things work. When Greywing didn't speak, Clear Sky gave a final flick of his tail and stalked off. I see where I stand now, he meowed as he went. Greywing watched his brother leave. He wanted to call after Clear Sky, but he could feel the hostility from the other cats in his group. If I don't let him leave now, there will be a fight. Turtletail turned away, her tail drooping as Clear Sky vanished into the ferns. She crouched down beside Bumble, avoiding the spreading pool of blood, and began licking her head gently. I'm here, she murmured between licks. I won't ever leave you. Bumble fixed her eyes on Turtletail's face. I'm sorry if I ever hurt you, she whispered. I wish you could have found happiness, Turtletail replied, her voice quivering. I know you could never have lived wild with us in the hollow, but I was so unhappy to learn how much you were suffering in the two-leg place. Bumble's eyes closed while Turtletail was speaking. Her breath wheezed, and her face twisted with pain. Her body jerked once or twice as her breathing grew shallower still, fading with each heartbeat until her chest stopped moving. She's dead, Cloudspots mewed. Even though Greywing had never especially liked Bumble, he felt as though his heart would crack with sorrow. This isn't just the death of a kitty pet. It changes the way my cats think of Clear Sky, and that changes everything. As he gazed, stunned at his den mates, the most mournful sound Greywing had ever heard rose up into the air. It was the wail of Turtletail, grieving for her dead friend. Well, wow, we've had 3 deaths. 3 deaths! I think we're almost done. Clear Sky told us that a fox must have killed Bumble. There were certainly foxen all around the clearing. Greywing stood on the tall rock at the end of the hollow, with his cats gathered around him. He was coming to the end of the story of what the patrol had found when they were out in the forest. It only gets worse? And do you believe him? Rainswept-Flower asked. I don't know what to believe, Greywing confessed, but I do know that starting a fight with Clear Sky wouldn't help any cat. So what did you do then? Jackdaw Cry asked. We buried Bumble and came home. Jackdaw's Cry let out a hiss of anger, his claws raking the grass. You mean you let him get away with it? That's Flea Brain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's what I told him. Windrunner looked just as furious, her tail lashing. Good night, Catty. Sleep well. No, we're pretty much done this book. Clear Sky just think we're weak. Is that what we want? No! Jagged Peak yowled. Shatter Ice and Jackdaw's Cry echoed him. Now, wait a moment. Tall Shadow rose to her paws and padded into the middle of the group. What would be really flea-brained would be to attack Clear Sky when we're all worked up about Bumble's death. After all, she was only a kitty pet. She was my friend, Turtletail flashed. I know. Tall Shadow's voice was calm. All I'm saying is we need time to think. And suppose Clear Sky won't give us time, Windrunner challenged her. Greywing realized he had to intervene. He was relieved that Tall Shadow was recovering some of her old leadership skills, and she deserved his support. Tall Shadow is right, he meowed. We'll wait, and starting tomorrow we'll send out extra patrols towards the forest so that we can keep an eye on Clear Sky. He locked glances with Windrunner, half expecting her to agree, but after a moment's pause she gave him a reluctant nod. I think that meant to say half expecting her to... argue, not agree. Half expecting her to argue. Greywing was glad to see that the other cats were calming down, too. He leaped from the rock and padded over to Tall Shadow. Thank you for that, he mewed. You said exactly the right thing. Tall Shadow dipped her head. Should we talk about this? She suggested. With a murmur of agreement, Greywing led the way to the shelter of a gorse bush. The sun had set over the moor, but the sky was still streaked with scarlet. Some cats had obviously been out hunting while Greywing's patrol had been away, and a pile of prey lay at the bottom of the hollow. Most of the others gathered around to start eating, while Windrunner leapt up on the rock to keep watch, and Turtletail headed to her den to see her kits. Tall Shadow, what do you think we should do now? Greywing asked. The black she-cat thought for a moment. Greywing noticed that she was looking more energized, more like the leader she had once been. She doesn't have to worry about Moonshadow any longer, and she knows as well as any cat that we have to deal with Clear Sky. Do you want to take over as leader again? He asked. Tall Shadow shook her head. I'm happy to share responsibility with you, Greywing, she replied, her mouth twisting wryly. She added, I don't even mind much that Windrunner has started organizing us all. She's a valuable cat, and once all this is over, I think we should welcome her and Gorsfer formally into our group. Good idea. Greywing meowed, pleased that Tall Shadow was losing some of her caution around other cats. Working together is the best way forward. We need every cat on our side. As to what we do now, Tall Shadow went on, some cat has to stop Clear Sky before more damage is done. Greywing nodded. You're right, but it won't be easy. Tall Shadow gave one forepaw a thoughtful lick and drew it over her ear. Let me think about it, she meowed. Fighting off a sense of foreboding, Greywing patted down to the prey, chose a part of the hair, and carried it up to Turtletail's den to share it with her and the kits. Turtletail was sitting at the entrance to the tunnel, her paws tucked neatly under her. The kits were sleeping behind her in a heap of fur. Are they okay? Greywing asked as he set the prey down in front of her. Turtletail sighed. I think they are now, but they were upset when I had to tell them that Bumble is dead. Pebbleheart in particular took a long time to drift off. Greywing glanced at his mate, faintly surprised at the note of accusation in her voice. I didn't make any of this happen, he mewed. We could have never accepted Bumble into our group. She wouldn't have been able to cope. Turtletail's shoulders sagged. I know, she murmured, her voice so full of grief that she could hardly get the words out. I believe you, Greywing. I know this isn't your fault. It just broke my heart to see her lying there, bleeding. I wish things could have been different. Greywing pressed himself close to her side and covered her ears with comforting licks. I'm sorry you're hurting, Turtletail, he murmured. You and the kits are the most important things in my life. I never dared hope for such happiness.
Kamikaze! Oh my gosh! Hello! Welcome! I missed you. I hope you're well.
After the fire, I wondered if I could carry on as leader, but you made me rest, and now I'm ready to lead again with Tall Shadow, if that's what she wants. But how will you lead? Turtletail asked, looking up and gazing into his eyes. Innocent cats are being slaughtered. And for what? So Clear Sky and his cats can have enough to eat? No. Greywing replied, I'm not sure that Clear Sky killed Bumble. I think it was the fox, and besides, I don't believe this is about hunting anymore. Clear Sky already has more territory than any cat could possibly want. I think he has some sort of plan. I have no idea what it is, but in part of his mind, Clear Sky honestly thinks he's doing this for a good reason. He let out a long sigh. Some cat has to get to the bottom of all this somehow. And that cat has to be you? Turtletail asked. Greywing blinked at her. What other cat is there?
Chapter 27!
I think this is the last chapter. Thunder ducked underneath a low-growing elder branch and headed into the clearing, a mouse dangling from his jaws. Skirting the pool in the middle of the camp, he patted to Petal, who had made a new nest for herself and Misty's kits underneath an arching clump of ferns. The kits had survived for 3 days since their mother's death, and Thunder was hopeful they would grow up into healthy cats. There you go, he mewed, dropping the mouse in front of Petal. Thanks, Thunder. Petal responded, dipping her head gratefully. My belly's so empty, they can probably hear it rumbling over on the moors. Thunder saw that she had chewed up some squirrel into mush and was encouraging the kits to lap it up. The little she-cat turned her head away and pressed herself against Petal's belly, rooting for milk. No, little one, Petal murmured gently, guiding the kit back to the squirrel mush with one paw. This is what you need to eat now that you're getting bigger.
Big kit now,
the tiny she-cat agreed, sniffing at the squirrel mush and then starting to suck it down. Thunder was amazed to see the kind and loving look in Petal's eyes as she gazed down at the kits. Petal, the toughest she-cat she could ever wish to meet. You could ever wish to meet. Have you given them names yet? He asked. Yes, Petal replied. The little Tom is Birch, and the she-cat is Alder. Those are good names, Thunder mewed. Most of Clear Sky's other cats were lazing in the clearing, enjoying the after-sun high warmth. Quickwater was curled up drowsing in a patch of sunlight, while Falling Feather was giving her white pelt a thorough wash. Frost was licking the wound that he had gotten in the fire. It still refused to heal. Everything's peaceful now, Thunder told himself. Maybe Clear Sky will be satisfied with his new territory. But he couldn't convince himself that was true. Clear Sky was the only restless cat in the camp, pacing backwards and forwards and occasionally stopping to stare into the trees. Though Thunder had no idea what he was staring at. He's been weird ever since he got back yesterday, reeking of blood and fox. Something happened and he's not telling any cat. Thunder headed for his nest, but before he reached it, he was intercepted by Furcone and Nettle, 2 young rogues who had joined Clear Sky's group a half a moon before. Do you want something? Thunder asked. There's something we have to say, Furcone began, in a low voice, with a furtive glance at Clear Sky to make sure the leader wasn't within earshot. Can we find somewhere that's a bit more private? Private? Uneasiness stabbed at Thunder like a thorn. Why does it have to be private? Just come over here and we'll tell you, Nettle mewed nervously, beckoning Thunder to a sheltered spot beneath the roots of a fallen tree. Thunder hesitated, then followed the 2 Toms. Something's going on. It's best if I know what it is. It's like this. Furcone went on when all 3 cats were settled among the roots. When we came to join your group, we weren't really sure what we were getting into, and we're not sure we like it. Thunder wondered what they expected him to do. You don't have to stay, he pointed out. Mostly it's good here, Nettle mewed. We like having the support of a group, but some of this stuff, chasing cats off, killing cats, Furcone added, we thought... He broke off as Leaf padded past, heading for his nest with a bundle of fresh ferns in his jaws. He halted, giving the 3 cats a curious glance. Clear off! We're not talking to you! Nettle snarled. Leaf let the ferns drop. Are you looking for a Claudier? He demanded, beginning to bristle. Sorry, Leaf, Thunder mewed hastily. They're okay. They just don't know how to behave in a group yet. They won't get a chance to learn if they don't shape up, Leaf snapped, picking up his bedding and padding off. With a final glare at Nettle. That really wasn't a good idea, antagonizing the older cats, Thunder muttered. Anyway, what do you expect me to do about the way Clear Sky runs this group? I don't enjoy the way things are any more than you do. The youth is taking over! We were wondering if you would have a talk with your father, Nettle suggested, if he realized that his cats weren't happy. We're worried about where all this is leading, Furcone added. Soon Clear Sky won't listen to what anyone has to say, and we won't have any choice but to do what he asks us to do. And he might ask us to do anything, Nettle finished. Thunder couldn't help thinking that the young cats were optimistic if they thought a talk from him would turn Clear Sky aside from anything he wanted. I suppose you have a point, he sighed. I'll see what I can do. Thunder could feel his belly shaking with apprehension as he realized what he was getting into. I might be the one with the clawed ear. Maybe the one with a clawed ear, or worse. Reluctantly, he snagged a piece of rabbit from the prey the hunting patrol had brought and carried it over to Clear Sky. What can I do for you? Clear Sky asked, not turning at him. I wanted you to have this. Thunder set down the rabbit at his father's paw. You haven't eaten today. I'll eat when I'm ready. I'm not hungry now. Clear Sky turned an intense blue gaze on Thunder. I saw you talking to those young rogues. Why have they sent you over here? Thunder hesitated, clearing his throat. So much for being private. He realized that other cats were looking interested too, beginning to edge closer to hear the conversation. Frost in particular was watching with ears pricked, and Falling Feather had halted her grooming with one paw in the air. Can imagine that. Nothing really, Thunder began, trying not to cringe under his father's scrutiny. We were just saying how green the forest was looking. When I was out hunting just now, I saw that green shoots are springing up in the places the fire damaged. Soon no cat will know that there was a fire here. And have you seen the number of bugs and small prey that are returning? There isn't any reason for a cat to get hungry at all. No reason to extend our territory any further, don't you think? His voice trailed off as Clear Sky narrowed his eyes, then glanced around at the other cats. Frost stiffened as that blue gaze flicked over him. Thunder realized that most of them were listening. Thoroughly awake now, Nettle and Furcone had hopeful expressions on their faces. Does Thunder speak for all of you? Clear Sky asked. Is this what you think too? That you're done here? What we're doing here is a waste of time? Silence fell as the other cats glanced at each other, but didn't reply. Am I the only one brave enough to say all this? Thunder thought through frustration. He didn't know whether to think the other cats had betrayed him or to feel a thrill of exhilaration. Can't we agree to look after what we have? Thunder plunged on. Can't we forget about expanding our territory? Clear Sky took a pace forward and loomed over Thunder. It's too late to stop what's begun, he meowed. Thunder thought he could make out a flicker of regret in his father's face. Tell me, this forest fire, Clear Sky went on, if it meant so little, why are there places where the land is still scarred? I've seen patches of earth where no grass has returned, and pools still choked with ash. No cat could drink that water. But they won't always be like that, Thunder protested. There's fresh growth, too. We've all seen it. Looking at his father's implacable expression, he began to wonder if he should have started this conversation, but it was too late now. And he realized he meant every single word. I'm not just saying this because some other cats asked me to. Thunder had felt the same himself for a long time, and it hadn't helped when his father had returned broody and mysterious after his solitary walk. Whatever started, it has to stop. For the camp, for Clear Sky, and for myself. I didn't leave Greywing to live in fear. I'm sure this can't be what my father truly wants. I'm only trying to help, he continued. I just thought... Clear Sky silenced him with a wave of his tail. Frost, come here, he mewed. The big white Tom looked up from where he was still licking his wound, then rose to his paws and limped painfully to Clear Sky's side. Thunder thought he was moving more slowly than the last time they had been on patrol together. Show every cat your injury, Clear Sky ordered. Frost's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly reluctant, he turned so that he was exposing his injured leg to the gaze of his den mates. The fur hadn't grown back over the wound, and the exposed flesh was red around a weeping sore. This is an injury from a forest fire, Clear Sky proclaimed in a loud voice. An injury that is not healed. Frost lowered his head in shame. It's not Frost's fault that he was burned in the fire. Oh, sorry. It's not Frost's fault he was burned in the fire, Thunder meowed. No. Clear Sky spun around to glare at him. But see how the forest fire really damaged us? Now one of our group puts us all in danger. Frost can't carry out his patrols properly.
Burned in the fire, Ubu?
My God.
Now he's publicly shaming. He's publicly shaming Frost.
Thunder had never liked the way Frost behaved, but he couldn't bear to see the White Tom humiliated like this. Frost has been hunting and patrolling, he protested, his pelt prickling with apprehension as he contradicted his leader. He still contributes to our group, and his wound just needs care to get better, isn't that right? He looked around at the other cats, waiting for one of them to come out in support of Frost, but they all stared hard at the ground or busied themselves with grooming. Cowards, Thunder thought. As if he was looking around, Thunder felt a sudden shove in his back. It was Clear Sky forcing him down on the ground so that his nose was less than a mouth length away from the wound on Frost's legs. The scent of rotting flesh flooded over him, and bile rose in his throat. Some of the cats mewed with anxiety, but they still did nothing. If you care so much, why don't you lick his wound clean? Clear Sky asked. I won't be treated like this. Wriggling free, Thunder turned to face his father. What has happened to you? He demanded. Why don't you care about Frost anymore? You always said that you're acting in the best interest of all of us. That's right. To Thunder's surprise, Quickwater rose to her paws and faced Clear Sky. Finally, one of the other cats was standing up to have their voice heard.
Nasty.
Quickwater had known Clear Sky all his life. If any cat can reason with my father, it's her. What are you doing? She asked in a quiet, uncertain voice. You're our leader, not our tormentor. Think of Quiet Wayne. Would you want to see this? Leave my mother out of it, Clear Sky snarled. Quickwater ignored his interruption. Is this why she wished you good luck when we left the mountains? She asked. Instead of exploding into anger, Clear Sky took a deep breath, letting his gaze travel over all his cats. I owe you all an apology, he mewed, stepping back. Clearly you don't understand what I'm trying to do. I should have explained it better. Turning to Thunder and Frost, he continued, Frost must leave us. Jesus. Frost must leave us. It's time for him to go, before he spreads disease among us. Among us. This is for the greater good. Frost's jaws opened in a gasp of shock as he gazed incredulously at Clear Sky. Thunder, I want you to escort him to the boundary and leave him. Clear Sky seemed to hesitate, then plunged on. Leave him where the maggots will find him. Do you understand? Thunder felt his neck fur begin to bristle. I want no part of this. No, I'm not sure I do understand, he replied, letting a trace of anger creep into his tone. Where the maggots will find him? Are you asking me to abandon Frost somewhere to die alone, and no cat will take care of him? Clear Sky didn't respond, but from the icy look in his blue eyes, Thunder realized that was exactly what he was asking. No! Oh, no! Frost wailed as he took in for the first time what his leader meant to do to him. Please, Clear Sky, don't send me away. I can still hunt. I caught a vole yesterday, and I've done all my patrols. I'll die out there. Please give me another chance. Thunder watched, appalled as this once proud cat begged his leader for his life. This can't be what it means to belong to a group of cats. Once Frost had roamed free as a rogue cat. Perhaps it would have been better for him if he had stayed like that. Perhaps it would have been better for me. Thunder's thoughts winged back to Greywing and Hawkswoop. Why had he ever left them? But I could never go back and ask to join them again. Not after everything that's happened. Or could I? Unless... When Thunder imagined telling Greywing about how he stood by when Windrunner was chased off and when Misty was killed, he knew that he would never be able to stand the disappointment in the older cat's eyes. I've let every cat down, including myself. But no more. It ends here. Thunder leaped up on the tree stump, his gaze raking across the cats in the clearing. Oh my god, are they going to turn into Shadow Clan and Thunder's going to leave with Thunder Clan? What are you doing? Clear Sky hissed. Yes, get down, you stupid furball, Quickwater mewed. What? Thunder gaped at the she-cat. I thought you were on my side. I won't do this, he announced, recovering himself quickly. I won't lead Frost to his death. I can't help any of you, but I can help myself and Frost. He suddenly understood what he had to do. We're leaving, and neither of us is coming back. Yowls of protest or agreement rose from the cats who surrounded them, and furious arguments broke up. Not bothering to listen, Thunder bunched his muscles and leaped down from the stump. But before he could jump, a familiar stink hit Thunder in the throat, heavy and menacing. And he spotted a fox prowling into the clearing, its pointed snout raised and its tail straight out behind it. Now see what you've done, Clear Sky growled, dragging him down from the tree stump. Bringing danger into the camp with your noise. Bro, I think it was you. He gave Thunder a shove. Off balance, Thunder stumbled straight into the path of the fox. In midst of his danger, a thought flashed through his mind. Did Clear Sky do that on purpose? He remembered the time Clear Sky had come back to camp, stinking of foxes and in a foul mood. The fox's eyes lit on Thunder, and in a flash it was running at him. Some cat let out a yowl of distress. Thunder had just enough time to recall Greywing's story of how he and Clear Sky had once tackled a fox. One had jumped on its back while the other clawed its face. But it looks as if I'm on my own here. Clear Sky? Shut up.
Be quiet, Clear Sky.
As the fox bounded towards Thunder, he reared up on his hind legs and swiped at the creature's muzzle. A double blow with both sets of claws. At the same moment, Leaf and Falling Feather appeared, one on each side of him, their paws raised to strike. But there was no need. The fox let out a bark of pain, whipped around, and vanished into the undergrowth. Thanks, Thunder gasped to the two other cats who had come to support him. His heart was pounding, as if he had run all the way to the moorland camp and back. No need, Leaf meowed. Thunder was surprised to see respect dawning in the black and white Tom's eyes. You managed fine on your own. Sorry, I read ahead. Yes, Clear Sky agreed, padding up to join them. Some cat taught you well. Not you. Not you, Thunder retorted coldly. He knew that whatever bond he had felt with his father was truly gone.
Thank you! Thank you, DKB!
Get him! Get him! I'll never trust Clear Sky again. Clear Sky made no reply. Thunder looked around at the other cats, but none of them were meeting his gaze. Nettle and Furcone, who had been so eager for him to talk to Clear Sky, were slinking away with their heads lowered. So that's how it is, Thunder thought. Come on. Falling Feather touched Thunder on the shoulder with her tail tip. Let's get this over with. I'll come with you and Frost as far as the border, just in case that fox is still hanging around. What border would that be? Thunder asked dryly. They change so often around here. I've lost track. Don't get clever, Clear Sky snarled. You do know. If you leave now, you won't come back. I don't want to come back, Thunder responded. Beckoning to Frost with his tail, he headed out of camp, setting a slow pace so that the injured cat could keep up. Falling Feather padded along with them. Thunder forced himself not to look back. I don't care if Clear Sky's watching me leave or not. He's nothing to me now. But even as he thought this, he knew it would take longer than the walk from his camp for his wounds to heal. He trusted Clear Sky. He left Greywing to be with him. And for what? The three cats walked in silence, pushing through the ferns. Why are you doing this? Frost asked eventually, when they had left the clearing behind them. We were never friends. Thunder snorted. I might think you're an annoying mange pelt, he replied, but I still don't want to see you dead. No cat has tried to Oh, you'll be disappointed then, Frost growled. This wound isn't going to heal. No cat has tried to heal it, Thunder meowed, but there are cats on the moor who know everything there is to know about healing herbs. You'll be chasing prey for many seasons yet, Frost. That's right, Falling Feather agreed. Thunder, I almost wish I was coming with you. Thunder tried to hide his surprise. Then come, he mewed in a soft voice. The white she-cat shook her head. I made my choice. The forest is where I belong now. She halted as they reached the edge of the trees. The moorland slope swelled up in front of them, warm in the light of the setting sun. Bees buzzed among the wild thyme, and a white butterfly zigzagged past in front of their noses. We're going up there? Frost asked, sounding intimidated. Thunder nodded. In spite of his earlier doubts, he was certain now that the only place he could go back was to the moorland camp and Greywing. He would have to tell them how sorry he was, and try to make up to them however he could. And I have to warn them about what Clear Sky's doing. How fast do you think you can walk? He asked Frost, seeing how the white Tom was already wincing in pain. Fast enough. Frost's voice was grim. I'll get there, don't worry. Dang. Frost is the one that Windrunner, or that pinned down Windrunner. They're not going to be happy to see him. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Falling Feather meowed, and good luck. Thanks, Thunder responded, dipping his head. As the sun shed scarlet light across the moor, Thunder and Frost began the long climb to the top of the ridge. About halfway up, Thunder halted and glanced over his shoulder. Falling Feather had disappeared. All they could see was the green barrier that marked the edge of the forest. Beyond the clumps of ferns, he made out the shape of a cat and spotted a flash of gray pelt. So my father came to see me leave after all, he thought. But even as he watched, the older cat sprung out of the sight and disappeared into the gloom of the forest where he belonged. Where he should stay, Thunder thought. Come on, he mewed to Frost. The faster we walk, the sooner we arrive. He began to lead the way from Clear Sky's camp. Thunder had tried to fit in there, tried to be everything his father had wanted him to be, but I failed, he thought. Or had he? Whatever had brought Clear Sky and Greywing out of the mountains with the other cats, some part of the hunger and desperation had sown a rotten seed in Clear Sky's heart. Even now, Thunder knew his father hadn't been born bad, but he's changing, and that can't be good for any cat. Whatever I shared with my father, it's over. Thunder thought, guilt and regret mingling in his heart. Now all that was left was to find Greywing and the others and tell them everything. It would be hard, but Thunder knew he had to share every awful detail. He started to pick up speed. Hold on, Frost called after him. I can't run as fast as you, remember? Thunder sat on his haunches and waited, his gaze grazing the moorland ahead of them. Out there was the other camp's... Oh, my mama. Out there was the other cat's camp. Out there was Greywing. Out there was hope. Yay! The end! Oh, there's a prologue. Ah! How many chapters? Okay. 2 chapters of a prologue. It's a River Ripple. I have to read it. Hold on. We're almost at 4 hours, but it's okay. I mean, I guess we're not almost at 4 hours. We have 40 minutes to 4 hours. Okay, prologue. I need River Ripple. I need him. A loud yowl roused Ripple from a dream of scampering after butterflies over sunlit grass. As he struggled back to consciousness, he recognized the call of awakening ringing clearly across the park. Blinking sleep away from his eyes, he slid out of his sleeping place, a mossy nest under the low-growing branches of a bush. Dawn light filled the sky, and one spot on the horizon was flushed with pink and gold, showing where the sun would rise. Ripple turned towards it, his fur beginning to bristle in happy anticipation. Soft grass stretched out all around him, broken by clumps of bushes and the bright flowers the 2 legs planted. Here and there a tree let fall its blossoms, scattering the ground with tiny white petals like stars. Ripple couldn't imagine any place more beautiful. Now his friends by the elders were appearing from their own nests, each turned like Ripple to face the light, and as the blazing sun edged its way into sight, they raised their voices in a loud caterwaul to welcome the new day. Ripple stretched his neck and let his yowl ring out clearly, watching the last shadows flee the powerful rays. He's like a hippie cat. Once the sun had completely cleared the horizon, the cats turned away and began to wash. Ripple found a warm patch of grass beside a clump of scarlet 2-leg flowers, his nose wrinkling at their strong scent. He knew how important it was to wash thoroughly, remembering the correct order. Paws first, then face and ears, chest and belly next, he told himself, rolling over to reach his soft belly fur. Now back and tail. There was an order for everything. There was order to everything for the cats at the park. From kithood, they knew when and how to wake, to wash, to perform every one of the small acts that made up their lives. It was peaceful and good. Hunger ached deep inside Ripple as he struggled to reach the awkward spot at the base of his spine, and he hurried to finish his washing with long strokes of his tongue. With a last swift flick at his tail, Ripple sprang to his paws and joined the end of the orderly line of cats herding across the park for their morning meal. After a few paw steps, he realized that his mentor, Ark, a sleek and elegant black Tom, had fallen into step beside him. Prologue for a special edition? Oh, hold on. Read on to see how River got his name. It says Thunder Rising bonus scene, though. Oh well, I'm just gonna keep reading it. I want to know about River Ripple. River Ripple's home. When Ripple was just a kid, Ark had chosen to teach him, and the older cat had educated Ripple in all the ways of the cats of the park. Greetings, Ark, Ripple mewed, with a respectful dip of his head. Isn't it a lovely morning? It is, Ark agreed. The sun is warm above our heads, and the grass is soft under our paws. Ripple, you should give thanks to the sun and the earth for the way they care for you. We're lucky that our life is so comfortable. I do give thanks, Ripple responded, puzzled. Every day. I know how lucky we are. Why does Ark feel he has to tell me? Don't let these gifts make you soft, Ark warned him, his tone suddenly somber. He flicked his dark tail, gazing across the sunlit grass. Always be aware. Life can be hard, even for us. Now Ripple was even more confused. Why would Ark want to spoil this bright morning with such dark words? Life has never been hard for us. He dismissed the matter from his mind as he approached the row of bowls at the edge of the park. Two Legs laid out food every morning and every evening at the far side of the park. There was plenty for every cat, no need for pushing and shoving as they clustered around the bowls, each making sure that the cat beside him had enough space. Ripple began to eat, remembering not to gobble or gulp the food down. He wondered where the Two Legs hunted this weird prey that ended up as hard little nuggets. It wasn't very tasty, not as good as the occasional mouse that Ripple caught in the park, but it filled his belly and kept his limbs strong and his pelt glossy. Time for morning meditation, Ark meowed as Ripple stepped back from his food bowl, swiping his tongue around his jaws. Whatever had been bothering Ark before their meal seemed to have passed. He was more cheerful now, his eyes bright. Ripple followed him across the park, leaping up to sit next to him on top of the boundary walls. On the other side, the hill fell away steeply to where a river ran between banks edged with thick vegetation. None of the cats ever went there. The drop was too long to leap safely. Besides, he is a hippie. Besides, who would want to? Ripple reflected. We have everything we need right here. But Ripple was named for the movement of the river water, and he found special pleasure in focusing on that for his meditation. He was proud, too, of the way the movement was repeated in the rippling stripes of his silver-gray pelt. We'll practice hunting later, Ark told him as he folded himself into the correct pose for meditation, his paws tucked underneath him and his tail curled around them. He's loafing. The meditation pose is loafing. Great, Ripple purred, copying his mentor's position. Through slitted eyes, he watched the rippling river below and felt the warmth of the sun soaking bone deep into his fur. A contented sigh escaped him. We do this every day. We have an order and a routine, and we do things right. Nothing will ever change. It's so good here. Chapter 1. Ripple stretched drowsily in the shade of a bush with glossy dark leaves. His belly was comfortably full, and he could still taste the mouse that had caught in his hunting session with Ark. Half asleep, he remembered the small gray body scuffling through the grass, and the sense of triumph as he pounced and felt his claws grip his prey. This is one of the best days ever, he thought. A panic-stricken yowl flew into Ripple's ear like a claw. He sprang up, shooting out from the shelter of the bush and staring around wildly. Nearby stood Ark, his back arched and his black fur bristling to twice its size. As Ripple stared at him in dismay, he let out another desperate yowl. What's the matter? Ripple cried. He had never seen his calm, wise mentor like this before. Ark didn't reply. Following his horrified gaze, Ripple saw the edge of the park was surrounded two-leg monsters. They were much bigger than any he had ever seen before on the thunder path that passed the park. Their shining yellow bodies edged forward with throaty roars, and the nearest one opened glittering jaws with teeth as long as a cat's body. Ripple stared in disbelief as it clamped those jaws deep into the earth. It was eating the park! That's so weird. Like, if the if the two legs feed them every single day, they would know that they exist there. And if there was construction, it would make total sense for them to catch all the cats and keep them like in a truck or something. Bring them to a shelter before the construction started. What's happening? Ripple wailed. His mentor seemed to pull himself out of his panic. Racing over to Ripple, Ark gave him a shove towards the far side of the park. We have to get out of here, he snarled. Come on! Pelting along beside Ark, Ripple dodged through a crowd of two-legs who were using some fierce, growling creatures to bite through a tree. Its shining fangs sliced through the wood as easily as Ripple's claws had sunk into the mouse. They're destroying everything, he gasped. Why? It's so peaceful here. Not anymore, Ark grunted. Run! As the two cats raced past, the wounded tree let out a massive groan, tilted slowly to the side, then crashed to the ground. Birds flew upward, letting out loud alarm calls, and the wind of the tree's fall ruffled Ripple's pelt as he fled. Two legs were rampaging through the park. Everywhere Ripple darted his frantic gaze, he could see destruction. Why? Why? But there was no answer to his anguished question. Then Ripple spotted a group of two legs headed across the park, carrying small dens of shiny mesh. Oh, wait, they did! There were cats trapped inside, clawing at the mesh and yowling to be let out. Ripple's jaws gaped in disbelief. Look! He meowed, halting for a moment in sheer horror. There's Dart and Shine, and that's your sister, Flutter. Ark gave him another shove. I know, he responded, his voice full of grief, but we can't help them. Keep moving! He dodged to one side to avoid a two-leg who was bearing down on them, and Ripple followed, racing along in Ark's paw steps until they reached the wall overlooking the river. This was the furthest part of the park, and so far no two-legs had appeared. Ripple could hardly believe that only that morning they had sat there to meditate. Ark glanced back as they reached the wall. This way, he panted. If we run along the top, we can escape. He leapt up to the top of the wall and Ripple followed. As he landed, a louder roar from one of the monsters broke out behind him. Startled, Ripple jumped backwards. His paws slid out from under him. Greystone rushed past him. He let out a screech of terror as he found himself falling.
Thank you for the follow, Ludax. Welcome to the popcorn bucket.
Ripple whirled through the air, his legs and tail flailing. I'm gonna die! A heartbeat later, he plunged into the river, and all breath driven out of his body. He sank into darkness, with nothing to hold on to. His senses began to spiral away. Then there was a burst of light as his head broke to the surface. Gasping and coughing up water, Ripple thrashed his limbs in a panic. One paw struck something solid. He drove his claws into it. It was gripping a floating log. He managed to haul himself onto it with a frantic scrabble. A caterwaul sounded overhead. Sunlight on the water dazzled his eyes, but as Ripple looked up, he caught a glimpse of Ark, still standing high above him.
A squirrel? I'm no squirrel. I'm a tiger.
Ripple! He yowled. With a last desperate effort, Ripple lunged for the riverbanks, but a wave washed over him, and his head went under again. When he first resurfaced, he could see nothing but surging water. Then as he twisted his head, he spotted the log bobbing in the current beside him. Gulping and choking, he managed to scramble back onto it. Be carried away, or drown. As the river swept him along, Ripple looked back at his mentor, now no more than a small back shape on the top of the wall. Spread eagle on the log, Ripple gazed back until Ark, and with him everything Ripple had ever known had vanished out of sight. Ripple was shaking with cold and terror. When he had caught his breath again, he drew his paws up until he was crouching in the very middle of the log, as far away from the water as he could get. His pelt was soaked, plastered uncomfortably to his sides. The river carried him past two-leg dens and gardens stretching out down the water's edge. Gradually, the current was carrying the log closer to the bank, and as the sun dried his fur, Ripple began to feel more optimistic. Maybe I can get to shore and find my way back to Ark. Surely the park would not be completely destroyed.
Good evening. Hi, Vita. A tiger cub? Yeah! Tiger cub! And you guys are all my pop cubs on the bottom of the screen. Thank you, not a Professor Nap! Welcome in! Not breed, not breed!
It's time to fall asleep.
What were you reading or writing?
I'm reading and writing Warrior Cats. We're almost done, though.
I hope you had a wonderful stream, and if you were writing, I hope it went productively.
I've always wondered what it would be like to stream yourself writing, because the way I write is very messy. I write sections, and then I put the sections together, and then I move things around. Live history, Gina.
Ooh! Wait, that's so cool! Are you a real professor?
That's really cool. Hence the name. Oh. I was already doubtful. That's really cool, though. Writing is so messy until revision. It'd be so embarrassing. That's what I think. Honestly, too, I can't spell for the life of me. So the amount of typos everyone would see, it's like embarrassing. There's like several different drafts and stuff. Where were we? Okay.
I'm gonna keep reading, but thank you so much for the raid. Not a professor, or should I call you just Nap? Thank you guys. Possum! Hi! Welcome in! Yakuza like a dragon. Welcome.
I heard that you were... The amount of times mess up Wednesday to this day is shocking. No. Oh my gosh, Vita. I have to say, when I spell Wednesday, I have to go Wednesday. Wednesday. We got hit by a car. No! That's terrible! I heard that you're gonna be playing Silent Hill 3, I think. That's exciting. Unless you've already finished playing it. We got hit by a car. Wow.
Do they have a counter for all the times I get hit by a car and
You donate $5? Oh my gosh. I would lose a lot by that, I think. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading because we're almost done and I want to finish before 4 hours, probably. You're up to $35? Holy moly. That's dangerous. Ah! No! What happened? Oh, there we go. Phew. As the river bent into a wide curve, the log was driven towards a place where the current had scoured a hollow in the bank. Branches and bits of two-leg rubbish had collected there. The log bumped gently against the floating debris and stopped. Ripple sized up the distance to the bank. Can I jump that far? As he bunched his muscles for the leap, he heard a high-pitched yowling, and a couple of two-legs kits came running along the bank. Ripple blinked at them hopefully. He had never had much to do with two-legs, even the ones who left food for the cats in the park. Maybe they'll help me, he thought. Hey, over here! He called out, raising shakily to his paws. The two-leg kits halted, pointing at him. Then, to Ripple's utter amazement, one of them bent down, scooped up a rock, and hurled it towards Ripple! With a splash, it struck the debris nearby, making his log bob dangerously up and down. What did you do that for? Ripple meowed, full of indignation. The two-leg kits let out a weird yelping sound, showing their teeth. The second kit threw a rock, too. This time it hit Ripple on his shoulder! Stinging him and almost making him lose his balance. Why are they trying to hurt me? Ripple wondered. Ducking to avoid another pebble, Ripple slipped into onto one side, losing his balance, and splashed into the water again. This time he was close enough to the log to grab hold of it before he sank, and kicked out at the floating debris with his hind paws. His struggles dislodged a log, and the current carried him further away from the bank, out of reach of the flying rocks. As Ripple hauled himself back on top of the log, he puffed out a breath of relief to see the two-legged kits dwindling in the distance. "Thank you, river," he thought. The two-legged dens on either side of the river became more widely spaced, with stretches of open ground between them. A thunder path rang along one side of the river, glittering monsters roaring past in both directions. Ripple crouched down on his log, hoping the monsters wouldn't spot him. He wasn't sure if they could swim out and attack him. Then the thunder path took a sharp turn and rose up until it spanned the river in a shallow arch. Ripple gaped at it in astonishment and flinched as he was swept underneath, the water gurgling with a weird echo as the shadow of the thunder path covered him. He went limp with relief as he shot out into sunlight again, and the river carried him away, leaving the thunder path behind. Now there were open fields on both sides of the river. The grass was divided into sections, sometimes by lines of shining metal, sometimes by rows of bushes. Huge black and white animals were chomping at the grass. They raised their heads and watched Ripple as the current carried him past. Here and there in the distance, Ripple could make out a two-legged den, and from time to time he passed trees, not growing neatly in order like the trees of the park, but struggling far apart, or growing tightly together in dark bunches that looked vaguely threatening. By now the sun was going down, streaking the sky with scarlet and casting long shadows across the water. Ripple began to shiver in the cool air of the evening. Hunger arched deep in his belly. It was way past the time of the evening meal, and even longer since he had caught and eaten the mouse, back in the safety of the park. If I could get back to the bank, I could catch another mouse, he thought longingly. But the river was wide, and his log was drifting almost in the middle. As he looked down into the river, Ripple spotted small shapes flickering here and there, slender creatures with pelts that flashed silver in the last of the light. They must be fish, he realized. Fishes in quotation marks. Remembering something Ark had told him. He said you could eat them. I hope he was right. He had never tasted fish, but his jaws began watering at the sight of them. Everything is different out here, he told himself. I can't trust two legs anymore, so I'll have to look after myself. I'll have to learn to hunt fish. Balancing carefully on the log, Ripple dabbed one paw into the water, trying to snag a fish, but the creature easily darted away from his outstretched claws. Ripple felt hungrier than ever to think of all the food just a tail length away. He could see the fish, but he couldn't reach them. He almost felt as if they were mocking him. The sun had gone down, and the river became a sheet of silver, reflecting the pale sky above. Something dark broke the surface a little way ahead. As the current swept him closer, Ripple recognized the spiky shape of a dead branch, clearly caught on something on the riverbed. As the log collided with it, the branch shifted, then settled again, bringing the log to a halt. Ripple glanced down. Water slipped quietly past him, stretching away in all directions. Now what do I do? He meowed out loud. He reached out a paw to the branch, hoping that he could push it off and continue his journey, when he heard a couple of loud splashes behind him. His pelt prickled with alarm as he struggled to his paws and turned to meet this new threat. Two heads were poking out of the water close to the river. As River watched, the creatures swam into the current, then veered around and headed for the bank again. Scrambling out, they revealed long, muscular bodies covered in sleek brown pelts. Beavers! When they reached the top of the bank, they dived back into the river, one chasing after the other, clearly playing and reveling in their strength and skill. Ripple felt a pang of envy. I wish I could swim like that. Or maybe they're otters? A moment later, one of the creatures vanished beneath the surface, reappearing with a gleaming fish in its jaws. Both animals swam back to the bank, where they shared the catch, chomping it down with gusto. Ripple's belly bawled with hunger, and he barely stopped himself from letting out a yowl of protest. I want some of that! When the creatures had polished off the fish, they turned back to the river. For a moment, they stood still, gazing across the water and exchanging weird chattering calls. Then together they plunged into the river and swam out, heading straight for Ripple. They've spotted me! As the creatures drew closer, Ripple could make out their broad, whiskered muzzles and rounded ears. They bared their strong teeth threatening at him. They were still letting out their strange bird-like calls. They are otters! They sounded angry and fierce. It's not my fault I'm in their territory. I don't want to be here. Terror flooded through Ripple from ears to tail tip. In the park, all the cats had lived peacefully together. He had never fought in his life. Maybe I can warn them off, he thought, determined not to let them see how frightened he was. He fluffed his fur and slid out his claws, giving a ferocious snarl as the creatures approached his log. But his defiance only seemed to make them angrier. They swam faster, closing rapidly on him, their calls deafening. Ripple braced himself for a battle. They're bigger than me, and there are two of them, but I'm going to do my best. The log lurched beneath Ripple's feet as the leading animal climbed onto it, lurching forward to snap at him. The creature's teeth met with his pelt. Ripple jumped back in a panic and kicked out at it, fending it off. The log bobbed wildly in the water. The creature lost its balance and fell back in with a splash. The log moved as the creatures fell, and the current tugged it loose, bearing Ripple away from the threatening creatures. As Ripple stared back at them, they called out to him with angry chattering, but they didn't try to follow. Ripple lost sight of them as the river curved around a rocky outcrop with a thick growth of bushes. Ripple had escaped, but he felt no relief. Instead, he despaired. The world outside the park was huge and cruel. Until now, he had always been protected by the other cats, by the sun and the earth, but by kind two-legs. He had never believed things would always be this way. He's kind of more like, less of a hippie and more like someone in like Amish country almost, or like I wouldn't say a cult because they're not doing anything bad, but clearly they're like cut off from society, or like the cats are at least. Chapter 2, which is the last chapter. Ripple didn't dare to sleep. He was too afraid of falling off his log and drowning in the river. Stars appeared, their reflections glittering on the surface of the river, but he was too wretched to appreciate their beauty. Full darkness had fallen when Ripple heard a soft splash close to his log. He tensed and struggled to his paws, looking around for the new threat. Maybe those animals followed me after all. There was another splash, and this time Ripple caught a glimpse of a fish arching out of the water. Another followed, and another. They're all around me, he thought hungrily. With a smacking sound, one landed directly in front of Ripple on the log. Instantly, he slapped down his paw, digging his claws in before the fish could flap back into the water. It writhed under his paws as it struggled to free itself. For a heartbeat, he didn't know what to do. Hesitantly, he bent down and bit into it at the back of its head. The fish went limp, and Ripple tore off a mouthful of its flesh and gulped it down. Wow! He exclaimed aloud. It's delicious! He ate the rest of the fish in huge, famished bites, amazed and pleased that the river had given him food. He remembered how Ark had taught him that the sun and earth protected him. Now he realized that the river had protected him too, ever since he fell from the water at the edge of the park. The river had sent the log that had saved him from drowning and carried him away from the two-legged kits and the strange, savage animals. Thank you, he breathed out, feeling less alone for the first time since he fell from the wall and saw his mentor disappearing in the distance. His log floated on through the darkness. With the belly full, Ripple managed to doze, feeling more secure in his hope that the river would go on caring for him. He came fully awake to see the pale light of dawn in the sky. The lush enclosures on either side of the river given way to bleak slopes of short, tough grass, broken up by clumps of thorn bushes and stony outcrops. Far away in one direction, jagged spikes of a rock stood out against the sky. He's there! He's there, guys! He's at the forest! A chilly wind swept across the river, ruffling the surface. Ripple shivered, hoping for the sun to rise and warm his fur. There will be no morning caterwaul today, he thought with a pang of loss, wondering what had happened to Ark and the rest of his friends at the park. At least my fur should get properly dry. But when the sun eventually rose, it was mostly hidden behind clouds, and there was no warmth in the day. The long stayed in the middle of the river. Ripple had no hope of getting to shore. In any case, the bare hills on either side look uninviting. The river had grown narrower too, and the current was faster. Maybe I'll come to a better place soon, he thought. Then, from somewhere ahead, Ripple heard a distant roaring. At first he thought it must be another thunderpath, but the noise was too steady to be the passing of monsters. It rapidly grew louder as the current hurried him on, faster and faster. Waterfall. Ripple dug his claws deep into his log, his heart beginning to pound with alarm as he drew closer to the unknown sound. Staring ahead, Ripple saw the weirdest thing yet. The river seemed to come to a sudden stop. Beyond it was only sky. What? He muttered. Then he reached the edge. His eyes widened in pure panic as he caught a glimpse of the water pouring over a rock in a smooth curve. Far below him, there was a turmoil as the river cascaded into a pool in the chaos of spray and foam. Ripple let out a screech as his log tipped over the edge. The thunder of the falling water was all around him. He lost his grip on the log. His paws flailed helplessly as the weight of the water bore him down and plunged him into the pool. The river closed over his head and rolled him over and over until he didn't know where the surface was. His senses were spinning away into darkness when his head bobbed up into the light. He took in a gulp of air, but when he opened his jaws to let out a yowl of terror, water gushed into his mouth and he sank again. But Ripple refused to give in. He pumped his legs with all the strength he had left, forcing himself back upward. A moment later, he reached the surface. To his amazement, the river was bearing him up, supporting him as he swept along. He kicked out into the turbulent water, managing to stay afloat as the current whirled him onward. I can swim, he thought triumphantly, just like those creatures who attacked me. Forbidding walls of rock stretched, foreboding. Forbidding? I think it's supposed to be foreboding. Walls of river stretched above his head on either side. Panic clawed at Ripple as he saw no way of climbing to safety up the sheer face of the cliffs. But gradually the river grew wider again, and the speed of the current slackened. The rock walls gave way to grassy banks. Ripple glanced from side to side, knowing that his strength was ebbing and he would have to find somewhere to come ashore soon. Before he could strike out against the current, the river washed him gently against a boulder. Ripple grabbed at it with his claws and scrambled out until he could collapse on top of the rock. He lay limp, his paws splayed out, and coughed up a few mouthfuls of water. Then a sparkling darkness filled his head, and he knew nothing more. A long time later, Ripple became aware of war beating down on him. He blinked his eyes open and raised his head to look around. While he was unconscious, the clouds had cleared away and the sun shone in a bright blue sky. Muscles shrieked in protest. Ripple tottered to his paws and looked around. He was standing at the edge of a group of flat rocks that rose above the surface of the river. The Sunning Rocks? Deep channels of fast-flowing water separated him from the banks on either side. Ripple gazed longingly across the banks. They sloped upwards, covered with long grasses and clumps of ferns, to where bushes and trees grew at the top. A little further downstream, a willow tree leaned over a reed bed, its branches trailing in the current. As he watched, a mouse darted out from a clump of ferns and scuttled across the grass to the shelter of a tree stump. It was so close that Ripple could pick up its scent, and water gushed into his mouth. His belly was complaining again, and there was nothing to eat among the sun-baked rocks. Ripple worked his legs, stretching and relaxing his muscles until the aches faded. Then he crouched down at the edge of the rock and lapped up a few gulps of water, reveling at the cool touch in his parched mouth. There were fish here, too, he noticed, resting in the shade cast by the rocks. Ripple dipped a paw and tried to catch one, but it swam off with a flick of its tail before he could get anywhere near it. There must be a way of doing this, he thought determinedly. After a few more failed attempts, Ripple worked out that he had to position himself so that his shadow didn't fall in the water, and not lean over so far that the fish could see him. He let his paws slide into the water so slowly that it didn't disturb the flow of the current, edging closer to a plump fish that lay close to the rock. When he thought he was near enough, he flashed his paw upward as fast as he could. To his delight, the fish flopped out of the water and landed beside him on the rock. Ripple slammed his paw on top of it and bit down hard. The fish stopped wriggling, and Ripple devoured it in eager mouthfuls. That's so good. When he had eaten the fish and sat cleaning his whiskers, Ripple still yearned for the grassy comfort of the riverbank. The rocks were here. The rocks were where he was sitting were bare. They're great for snoozing in the sun, but I don't want to live here. The shady spot under the willow tree looked like a perfect place to hide and hunt. This place is beautiful, he realized, even though it's nothing like the park I come from. Ripple stared across the channel, waving his tail in indecision. He had managed to swim when he fell down the waterfall, but it was a different matter to actually make the choice to jump in. The sun and earth have protected me all my life, he thought, just like the river has taken care of me over and over again. It gave me a soft landing when I fell from the wall. It carried me away from the danger that was destroying the park. It saved me from those fierce creatures. It fed me, and now it has brought me back to what could be a wonderful new home. Maybe it will help me get to the bank, if I can just trust it. Ripple rose to his paws and lifted his head to let out a clear meow. Thank you, River, for all you've done for me. If you can help me again one last time and get me to the bank, I will stay beside you and praise you all my life. Without giving himself the chance to change his mind, he plunged into the current. At once, Ripple found that he was swimming strongly. The river bore him up, carrying him to the bank just upstream of the willow tree. Almost before he knew it, he felt his paws touch solid ground. He waded out and scrambled up the bank, shaking water from his long, silvery fur. What are you? A voice asked. A water rat? Spinning around, Ripple spotted a young black and white she-cat watching him from beneath an arching clump of ferns a couple of tail lengths away. She was staring at him with a stunned expression, but in spite of her amazement, her voice was friendly. Ripple dipped his head towards her. Greetings, he mewed. I come from the cats of the park. Will you and your cats allow me to stay here? Amusement glinted in the she-cat's eyes. I'm not part of any group of cats, she told him. This land belongs to wild cats who hunt alone. You're welcome to stay here as long as you don't steal the prey out from any other cat's paws. Hunt? Ripple asked uneasily. He had only hunted a few times before, and only for fun, and he had always been with other cats. The cats here hunt alone. Loneliness stabbed through Ripple at the thought. His tail drooped as he remembered Ark and the other cats at the park. He had always lived in a group, and an intense sense of loss swept over him like a chilly wind through his fur. What will I do without them? Will I ever see them again? The she-cat let out a sympathetic purr, as if she understood his sorrow. Even though we hunt for ourselves, she meowed, that doesn't mean we can't hunt with a friend. Would you like to join me today? I'll introduce you to my brother and we can all hunt together. Really? Ripple felt the hope rekindle inside him. Thank you. Maybe we can give you some tips, the she-cat went on, and maybe you can show us what a water rat can do. I'd be glad to, Ripple agreed happily, wondering if these cats knew how to catch fish. My name is Knight, the she-cat meowed. What's yours? Ripple looked back at the river flowing by. It had given him food and protection from his enemies. He had to believe it was still protecting him and taking him to where he was meant to be. I am not the young cat of the park anymore, he realized. Not really. I'm something else now. Something more. A cat of the river. And I should honor my protector. I'm River, he told Knight. River Ripple. Yay, River Ripple! I like him. He's like a really spoiled cat that's braving out into the real world, but he's like naive, but he's like, oh, hopeful, you know? Oh, the world, it's here. It's out there for us together, you know? Phew, I have a super edition. Maybe I do want to read it soon. Have you never read it before, or would you like reread it again?
You haven't read it yet? Ooh!
You haven't read Warriors independently in a while. That's fair. It's hard. That's why I like reading it here. Ooh, chronological order. So would that mean that you would start with this one, or start with this series, or start with a different series?
Either way, we finished! Yahoo! We did it!
That means that we're here for the next chat. The next book, which is the first battle. Bum bum. The rivalry between Greywing and Clearsky has driven a bitter wedge between all the forest cats. What started as a misunderstanding between two brothers has spread far and wide, and now every mountain cat, rogue, and kitty pet who settles in the forest will be forced to pick a side. Dun dun dun! I bet. Okay, here's my guess. Someone big has to die, right? You said there was a tragic death. It's either Greywing, our main character, or Turtletail, or Tall Shadow. Those three. It has to be one of those three. One of them have to die. I think it would be a pretty big power move if they killed Greywing off. But then it would lead to Thunder really taking control and being the pro tag. It can't be Thunder though, because if it's Thunder, that's crazy. It could be Jagged Peak, but Jagged Peak, I guess Jagged Peak wouldn't be as upsetting as those three, but it would be upsetting in the sense that how they could make it really tragic. Jagged Peak's death. Clearsky can die for all I care. He's gonna die.
Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm not gonna raid anyone because I have to pee really badly. Clearly I still have to figure out some things with YouTube streaming and how that all works and all that rapscallion things, but good work, team. Good work! I'll see you... Oh, I'm not streaming tomorrow because I have a long shift at work, so I can't stream. But I'll stream on Friday and we'll play Legend of Zelda again. And I want to start Palia up again next week. I've been craving some farming, but if you have a Palia account, maybe you can start up with me again. Okay, bye-bye, guys!